Good morning, Kitty. Check 1, 2, mic check. What's going on out there? Kitty. Good morning, Kristen. Kitty. We have to tag my cat. Cat just doesn't care. Gotta be like that springtime thing or something where they try to like make babies or something. They like men. Good morning out there. How y'all doing? Woo! What's going on out there? Good morning. You see that nice bounce? You see that nice bounce out there this morning? Did you get your market brief? You see that bounce off the hourly trigger this morning? Blasting off the trade, 517.29, trying to get up to that 520, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh. I mean, do we even go into the market brief? I'm kind of late this morning. I'm running a little bit late here. I don't know if I should do the market brief or go straight to the charts. If you are a subscriber or a supporter or a pro trader, you should have seen the market update on the website. And we are trading our first target currently right now at 517.12. In that note that I posted last night for you, we would like to see another push higher to, I believe, 520. As a matter of fact, we'll take a look really quick. I'm just going to pull this down. You want to keep your eyes on two things today, okay? The first thing is going to be 5,200. So I want you to, if you're at home or in your office, wherever you are, okay, listen closely. Your target above is, if you didn't receive the note, didn't read the note, not a subscriber, not a pro trader, I want to draw your attention at home. I want you to draw a line or a box on 5,200 of SPX, okay? So 5,200 of SPX as kind of a resistance area. You see that's yesterday was 178 million. I don't know what it is this morning. I got to update it with you guys. But 5,200, you're looking for that one right there, okay? As a target for today if possible. Now, we just broke above 51.75, so just keep your eyes on that 51.75 as a place of support. As long as we can consolidate here, that's your attack to the upside is 5,200, okay? And we need to hold this today. This morning, we need to hold 51.75 so that we can attack that 5,200 to the upside. That's a pretty big wall up there to get through. Now, this morning's print, non-farm payroll, helps. What's going on this morning? What's happening over here? We got some weirdness going on. Am I losing the stream already? I don't know. Hope I'm not. Hold on one quick second here. Oh, there we go. That was just some red doom color. But just as a heads up here, that's the attack to the upside is 5,200. The print that came in this morning is good for bulls to have that continuation if the news matters at all. It looks like they're doing their job, or the Fed has been doing their job. Now, I know that you guys are going to say that the numbers are fake and all that kind of stuff, but it doesn't lend itself to the conversation. It does not, the print this morning does not lend itself to the conversation that the Fed needs to do higher for longer. That should propel markets to that 520 or possibly today, or at least give the fuel. It at least isn't bad for the markets in the short term. Now, in the long term, that's a different discussion. Are rate cuts good or bad for the market? That's a whole other discussion. And that also the rate of inflation The speed at which it goes down and goes up matters. The speed of unemployment and jobs, whether it goes up or down, that matters as well. Now, there are historical times where they can cut slightly, like a cut, then no cut, as long as they're telling you, like, we're only getting one, we're only going to split them up. And if you see, as long as you see those numbers just like float sideways and down and sideways and up slightly for unemployment, I'm talking about inflation here, year over year. But so far right now, I would say you're kind of safe at the moment if you're a bull. And even the words that Jerome uses with, don't expect 2 rate cuts in a row. And remember yesterday or the day before, Jerome was saying, we're going to switch over here. I'll get you on the charts really quick. Just get out of here for a minute. We'll come back to this. So I want to talk to you guys about something from yesterday, okay? We'll come back to this over here in just a moment. There were a couple key phrases from Jerome Powell's testimony that caught my attention. The first one was, let me give you guys some targets up here. Hold on. I'll get you guys some targets right here so you don't feel like you're naked. There we go. Nice and easy. How easy that is right there. So just broke above R1 at 517.20. We are about to get, we're attacking now 519.59. That's your R2. And we are blasting, baby. So there were 2 key statements from Jerome Powell that I want to draw your attention to. And there's something else I want to tell you here, okay? As we go up here, right? If we hit those targets, it is a Friday. You guys know who Dre to the Moon Assface is? He made a really cool post last night, and I always like when he makes this post. The post that he made was about an hour after non-farms, or most data on Fridays. The run is over. Whether it's going down or up doesn't matter. And what it is traders take the money, run, and wrap up for the weekend. Does that make sense? So I want you to be aware of that this morning as well. If we blast up there, hit 520, hit 5,200, and this is the last line you want to be snapping on your charts at home is NVDA. If they hit 1,000, there's like a little symphony going on. Would not shock me to see traders take their profit and their money, say, have a great weekend, and I'll see you on Monday. So don't get caught in that if it happens, okay? Don't be like, why are we not going up anymore? It's because people are taking the money and going to have a great weekend with their friends and their family and stuff. Now, back to the Jerome thing. 2 things caught my interest. And one of them, he's been saying, and I haven't been listening closely enough. Now, the first one is he specifically mentioned that a lot of market participants, or some, I don't think he said a lot, I think he said some market participants are not prepared for the impact of this last rate cycle and its results. And it wasn't in a negative light, because he also mentioned that he was no longer adversarial. He said that too. He said, we are no longer adversarial, and we are telegraphing to market participants, unlike in past years, right? So what I took from that was, don't be expecting crashes once we start cutting rates. But here's the other key part that he's been mentioning. Hi, Kitty. Good morning. Happy spring, Kitty. I do think you're beautiful. But here's the other key part. He keeps harping on this. You're not going to get back-to-back rate cuts. He is also telegraphing to you that because you're not getting back-to-back rate cuts, it's because they have not broken anything. There's no need to. We have historical examples of the Fed cutting rates, then raising them again, then cutting them, but not like whenever we get like rate cut down to 0, it's usually because we've broken something. if he's, whether this is real or not, if he's telegraphing to you, don't expect, like cut all in a row. Yeah, we might give you one, then we'll be data dependent, and we're likely not gonna cut the next decision. We might cut it in another, 2 or 3 decisions down the road, or one down the road. What he's telling you is that these rate cuts are not because they broke something. Now, if you look back in the 90s, there was a period of the Fed cutting rates, raising rates, cutting rates, raising rates, like bouncing back and forth. And I think that's what he's trying to telegraph to you is he might like come out from underneath and get that soft landing. Now, saying that, all right, Kitty, we're done. I gotta put him on the floor. Now, saying that, I want to make one other thing clear to you. That soft landing probably began last year. Now, you have a time period of the soft landing, right? It's not like we're getting it later. It's already started. We're in the soft landing. Then there's a window. So you could actually look up. I'll show this stuff to you guys. I have it posted on the website, but it's private right now. But so there's a defined period of the soft landing, okay? Defined. Historically, you can go back, you can go on the internet and look, and they'll tell you this is what the period of the soft landing. That is 100% of the time followed by a recession, a hard landing. Now, that time period is defined as well. But in between the two of them, the two declared soft landings and recessions, there's also a window in between that. And that's the key one right there. When we get a soft landing, there's a window, and that window can range anywhere from 1.5 to 3 years to sometimes 5 to 10 years. And this is where the manipulation comes in from the Fed, from the Treasury Department. Also, economic conditions, just normal conditions. Who's president, what the taxes like, are we in a war, not in a war, that kind of stuff. So I want to preface this by saying that he's attempting, well, number one, he's been successful with getting us a soft landing. Whether you like that or not, that's what he's done. He's then going to shift, though, into this window. Because no matter what, historically, we always, after that soft landing, we get the recession. Now, I don't know what that time period is going to be in this cycle, but we have wide ranges of that window. I will try to pull that chart up for you this morning. I have it. I have it on our website, but it's been kept private for some time, and I'll show it to you guys this morning. The soft landings, the recessionary periods, and the windows that nobody talks about. Nobody ever talks about the window in between that. There's this buffer zone. My cat is now destroying. My cat is now destroying stuff in my office. It's springtime. Springtime for kitties. SPY's now trading 517.98. Oh yeah, we're melting up. We're blasting here. Qs right now. Let's check on the Qs really quick. Qs coming up into R1 resistance right now, so watch out for a roll briefly in S&P 500. You've got R1 at 447.83 on the Qs. Next target for the Qs, you know where that is? 450.20, baby. 450.20. R2 on the Qs today. 450.20. R2 on SPY, 519.59. R3 on SPY, 523.28. So excited right now. Oh, and I looked up my I thought I had March 18th calls. I have March 28th calls for Tesla. So I've got some time on my calls here. Now I'm still fucked up. I'm down $3 on some calls for Tesla. But I'm going to hold on to them. And I'm not going to mess with them. So I'm just going to leave those things on. I'm just going to leave them on and see what happens. You're adding puts, Jimmy, this morning for March 28th. Yeah, I've got a put spread for March 28th. I need the market to, well, you know, we're going to look at something this morning. Let me see if I can bring this up for you guys this morning. Do you guys want to see what's ahead for us? Or do you want me to just draw it out for you really quick? You just do it by hand? Do you want me to say, fuck it, we'll do it live? Like that old guy from Fox News or whatever from back in the day? Here, let's take a look at let's take a look at the cues together. Here, let's no, we can do it this. We'll do it this way. Trigger screen, right? Let's do it this way. I wanted to post this on Twitter last night. Kitty, now you're almost Kitty. What are you doing? I love you too, Kitty. I know, Kitty. I know you're hot sauce right now. You're very hot sauce right now. I can tell. This cat, she just attacked me. All right, cues, right? All right, Kitty. All right, Kitty. She's really frisky right now. This is you see this right here? This is your let me get rid of this. Hi, Kitty. This is the matter of fact, this is what you were given last night in the market brief. Projection of us coming up here. And this is your first target right here. This is Q's target. So if you read the market brief, this is what you got last night. And you can see we're coming into that first resistance point up here, right? I got a target up here of 448.17. We're right about there right now. All right, Kitty. Ow, Kitty. Well, this cat is this cat wants something, not me. I don't know what she wants. We're going to look at something here, though. We're going to go to a daily chart here, okay? And I want to show you what is actually expected, okay? It's an important thing for you. If you're a trader, if you're an investor, okay, I want to show you what is actually expected here. And you're going to see, you're likely, I'm going to say, so things can change. They can change. But if they don't change, I'm going to show you exactly what you're going to expect. And let's make that a solid line. We don't like, we can do, I don't know if we do the dots or not, but I kind of like these dots, but we're going to make it solid. You're going to expect like something like this, okay? Is that, what is that, July? No, that's a little too far. January, right there. Something like this, okay? I'm kind of like being sloppy with this right now. Maybe I should do it with SPY. But you get the point here, okay? I think that's 5. Yeah, I think it's 500 is the projection over there. This is basically what you're going to expect to happen. Now, Kitty? Okay, so my point here is this. See how you have this nice clean bottom, nice easy run, pull back, bam, right? Nice easy run. As we get late cycle of this bull run, okay, we're going to become a lot more volatile in this late cycle move. You understand what I'm saying here? So you're going to see price begin to do stuff like this. So I would say to you that as we become late cycle bull run, this isn't bearish, is it? None of that's bearish, but it does introduce volatility into the market. And this is bullish volatility, right? You see, we start to have like, people like to call this what, like an expanding megaphone or something. I'm joking. But do you get what I'm saying? So you're going to get those all-time highs up around 550, 6,000 on SPOOs, right? But at the same time, it's going to be violent as we make our way up there too. So put that on your plate, or have that on your plate as we move forward. No, I want you to know that, yeah, you're going to get your all-time, or you're going to get 6,000 on SPYs, but for us to get there, right, is not going to be an easy ride. It's going to be something where we're like expanding volatility at the same time, getting up to those highs and those really big numbers that the market is projected to do into late this year and possibly even into the spring. Does that make sense to you guys out there? Please tell me in the chat if you can at least grasp that concept, because I think that you'll see a resurgence of, look at that gorgeous. Oh, mwah. Yeah, I know Kitty. Kitty, I see Kitty. Don't do it, Kitty. Oh, she's frisky. I'm being attacked, right? Like literally physically attacked right now by a cat. Hi, Kitty. You need your head scratched for you? You need to be told you're loved? So just in your mind, start to think about range expansion, right? Write this down at home. Cap's telling me to expect range expansion, and I would call it upside volatility. There she is. Look at her. Look at it. That's her. Can you see her? Look at this. Look at this cat. What are you doing? What? I don't want. Why are you licking my face? No, Kitty. Seriously. Leave me alone. This is unwanted sexual contact, Kitty. Unwanted sexual contact, Kitty. Kitty. I really am being attacked right now. This cat will not leave me alone. So with that expected volatility, right, in the market, that's going to bring a lot of louder calls for a crash. You know, as we get that range expansion, bears will eat, which is great. If you're a seller, there's an expectation here as we make our way up that you're going to get some fat prints, like really fat. You're going to see bears eating. You guys ever hear this? Bears eat, bulls eat. That's an expectation to happen and come down the road. But you are also, I want to be very clear on this, okay? I want to be very clear on this, okay? As we go into this late market bull run, I want you to think about, or I want you to look at, I don't know why Horse Lover Fat is no longer on Twitter. I don't know what happened. I don't know why. I don't care either. I know him as a trader on a personal level, and I used to trade with him back in the day, and he used to give me some very sage advice. Okay? But this has to do with bull runs. You have the easy bull run, okay? So you have like the easy portion of a bull run. You're in a bull run, everything is awesome sauce. Market's cranking, right? Everybody's like, yeah, bro, I'm making money on this ticker. All these AI stocks are awesome. Doesn't matter what you buy, bro. It's just, woo, everything's going awesome. Right? Well, in the late stage, any of those like shitcos and shit stocks that fired off, they get deleveraged. Now your big ones, the real AI stocks, continue higher, but your shitcos don't. And in that process too, right? All of your people that made money and FOMO'd and made bank, all your kick-ass traders, you're like, that guy over there, he's been long NVDA since the beginning. He's made tons of money. They start to get washed out of the markets first. So I want you to be aware of that there's a start of washing out young traders that are not prepared for that volatility expansion, even though we're going to like 6,000 on SPY. You get what I'm saying here? Now, it's not started yet. We're not there yet. We're likely going to hit about 550 on SPY, and then you're going to start to see that volatility enter the markets as we begin to run up into that 6,000 number. But I want you to be prepared for it. If you're a part of our community, I need you to know that things are going to get wild as we go there. And if you're a bear, you're going to begin to be able to make a lot of money, but you can't get too bearish. So you're going to get paid. Like great traders, bulls, bears, they're going to get paid. This new young generation of FOMO bulls, a lot of them will get washed out because they're going to expect things to just go straight up. All of it. Doesn't matter what I buy for calls, they're just going to print. That will not be the case. And you will likely need to switch from individual tickers to the big boys. I know you're like, Cap, we already did that with Mag 7, but you're likely going to have to switch to like the indexes. You're likely going to have to switch to some kind of like safety as this happens. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense to you guys out there. And I'm saying this too because Horse Lover Fat taught me how to do this very well. And I got to give him that respect as a trader. He spent a lot of time with me making sure that I was able to make those adjustments and be quite successful. So if you guys know where he is out there, you tell him I said hello and thank you very much. All right, cool. Trader Podcast, what's going on out there, brother? Good to see you, my man. Let me update the gamma for you this morning. I'll give you 2 seconds here. I got the gamma rolling here. Let me kick the machine this morning. Range expansion. Range expansion, baby. Let's see if I can get this. Hold on here. There we go. We'll grab that right there. Pump this bad boy in. Right. Get the machine running. Oh, there we go. Ooh, look at that. Let's check this out down here. Let's look at this together here. Look what's happening here. Oop. Hold on a second here. Let's see what's happening this morning. This is going to be a little shocking to some of you out there, okay? A lot of you are going to be like, what is going on? And what is happening right now? They're trying to build traders beginning to, or attempting right now. Look at this down here, 22 million, 5185, 5180, 5175, 5170. And you see that down there? This is local resistance right here. Now 241 million. This is more than yesterday, right? So you've got people up here, right? They're like, yeah, man, we're going to 5,200. This is starting to become stronger and stronger, right? This 5,200. But then also look what's happening down here. I mean, just look at that development down here, right? 22 million, 29 million, 70 million, 36 million, right? So they're trying here to form this support for us to trade that 5,200. Let's look higher right now, see if there's anything else developing. And look at what we see this morning. 52.25, 52.50. Crazy, right? None of this gamma up here mattered until this morning. We had 5,200 develop. We had this one develop earlier in the week, and now it's huge. And look at this. Look at these higher levels now. We now have 52.50 to the upside developing. I mean, just check that bad boy out right there. That is a gorgeous thing right there. The gamma flip is now down below at 510. 510. Local support is now higher all the way up here. That doesn't mean it holds, but that's where it is now. Gamma flip all the way down to 5,100. Giant air gap, though, right here. So be aware of this, too. So if we do get any kind of corrective behavior, we have this entire air gap to close. We could literally come all the way down here, close all this back up, and then go straight back up again, okay? And still be in what? Positive gamma. So that's key to note as well, right? Let's take a look at that more closely here. And where is real support? Let's take a look and find out where that is. Way, way down here. 4,900. Matter of fact, this probably has raised to 5,000. But we'll snap two lines down there. And what has the market done at this point? Leave these two right down here. You see that? And you see this nice air gap down here? We could go all the way down here, right? Still positive gamma. Close all of that, still positive gamma, right? We could blast down here, close all that stuff up. Still not confirm negative gamma. There's no confirmation that we're negative, right? We have to come down and then reject it. But if we don't reject it, we come whoop right back up here. Get what I'm saying? Park our butts here and start heading higher again. How does that translate? How does that translate to? Let's go to SPY really quick. How does that translate or look for if you've ever seen a whack off distribution model, right? If you guys haven't seen those, you can Google search them. That means that you've got this here, right? Whipsaw up. Here's your trough. And what bears wanted here was what? They wanted the failure, right? They wanted to come up here and fail. You understand what I'm saying? If you know Wyckoff models, you'll already know that we'd see a new low down here. But they didn't get that, did they? They didn't get it. So because they didn't get it, and you can even see how the gamma is set up now, or the gamma, and where price is. No. I don't want to do web paint extension tool. How we're set up right now is whatever this is, even if we come back down, there's your range expansion, right? You see it now? We go higher. We get that 6,000 up there. Do you see that? And this is gone. Never, ever come back again. Your bear that said he was going to wait because we're coming back down here is sad. He said we were coming back down and he was going to get another chance to buy this down here again. And that is not like, or there's a high probability of that never happening. Then we have some major support down here now. This is likely your bottom right here. Never to be seen again, or at least for another year or two as we head that way. See you later, 3,500. They did it. They've pretty much done it. It's kind of wild, isn't it? It's Kind of wild, right? Then go down there, clear all those gaps out, start that nice expansion trade. There's got to be some pissed off people seeing that stuff out there. I don't know. You might not be pissed, but I'm sure that this development is it's going to make some people rage out there. I don't know how Tesla's doing. I've got calls. I have calls. I've been asked that a lot. Poke the juice box. I'm getting like people are like they're like ripping on me. They're like, how's Tesla doing? I'm like, Tesla. You guys want to see how Tesla's doing? All right, we'll do Tesla. You guys want to do Tesla? All right, we'll do Tesla. If you're a pro trader out there, you already know how Tesla's expected to trade, right? You guys want me to draw it out for you? I'll draw it out for you. Let's see. We'll bring. What are we going to bring up? Tesla, right? Let's look at Tesla. You ready? Fine. We'll do Tesla. Poke the juice box. I got like Tesla Jess's yelling at me. I got like the whole gang is yelling at me. They're all over me on Twitter. I've been like intentionally not saying anything to them, not liking their posts and stuff. I love these guys, by the way. But I'm just like, I'm gonna like leave them on the edge. Just edge them out a little bit. Hold on, we'll do a Tesla. No drawings on this chart. Okay, let's go over to the. You guys want Tesla, gang? We'll draw out Tesla, but you have to. I want you to type in the chat Tesla with a Z, a bunch of Z's, like TEZZZZZLA. Okay, you ready? All right, this is Tesla. That's right. Give me the Tesla in the chat. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Give me the Tesla in the chat, baby. We don't have any Tesla bulls here? My God. What are they all hiding right now? There's a whole Mars catalog out there telling you, please let Tesla go to $80. If you're Tesla Q, give me a type in Tesla and replace the Z's with Q's. So what is that, like TSQs LA or something? Where's Winky right now? I wish Winky was here. He'd be like TAS QQQQQQA. I still talk to Winky, by the way, if you guys don't know. I've been chatting with him recently too. I love Winky, by the way. I miss him. I miss him terribly. Are you guys ready? You can snip this at home and then post it on social media for me. Please do that. If you're Tesla bull, post this on social media for me, okay? Here we go. You guys ready? Right about where? Here? Right about there. Yeah, right there. There you go. Simple. 2 lines. And I would gather that you're going to also get this down here. Well, I don't know if it's that low. It's probably like right there. But I'm going to gather that you're going to. This is a weekly chart, by the way. So I really don't care. I really don't care about the intraday stuff. Like if we squeeze, like this is my like the upside target right there, maybe 260. This is a weekly chart. We'll do it on a daily chart if you want it, but and I'll do you a daily chart. But what you're basically looking at is a weekly chart for Tesla. Okay, this doesn't account for your intraday and intraday, intra-hour stuff. I still think you're going to 200. 260 would be the high. Then you're going to come back down here, and we're going to sweep this stuff up right here. And then you're going to hit almost 300, just under 300 here. Probably snap a box here for you. Right. No, I think we get it all the way up here. I think we'll take that. It's going to be pretty bullish, so. Yeah, right there. We'll draw that one right there. And we're going to draw this one right down in there. Right about that. That's my expectations right in there. It's a weekly chart on Tesla. That's what I think happens. Now, this can be, this can be, if we did something like this, started going up, that's fine. But I do think that, we reject. I do think that I should draw that in too. Hold on here. Let me draw it this way, like that. That's better like that. And I'm going to put another one up here for you. Right there. That's your hard top right there. You're likely only going to trade, at best, you'll get 260. I think you're going to get 200 to 260. We'll put the median in at 240. So right about 240. See that monthly trigger right there? So you trade this right here, and at some point you're going to get sent down either on the daily. I think it's up here. You could possibly come up here and take that out right there. It's like somewhere right there. See it? And they like to step in, man. These fucking sellers like to step in. Like you're like, yeah, we're going to get up there. And they're like, wham, to the downside, right? Before you get right here, wham, to the downside. And you're going to trade that lower number. Now, that lower number could be about $78. You might catch the bounce on 100. There is a small gap right here. So there's a small gap that has been left behind when our last low down here. This low, I don't know if you can see it. So this low over here, this low right here, there was a tiny gap left like right there. So if they close that little gap, whoop, and then that's where your rocket ship's going to go to the upside up there. Okay, so that's, if you're a Tesla bull, that's what you should be looking at. Get off the 1 minute charts and get onto a higher time frame so you can actually see the direction of where Tesla's going. This will all be invalidated if we were to trade higher than 295, and it would be invalidated if we trade and reject below $78 currently. It's like you woke up tomorrow and Tesla was under 78 bucks and started to reject, started doing this nonsense, and that would be invalidated. If we woke up tomorrow and Tesla was like right fucking here, that would be invalidated. But otherwise, this is all looking like what the track for Tesla is. Hope that helps you guys. You want to snip that? You can snip it if you want. That's the gist, the idea of where Tesla's going. Yeah, you want to take a look at costs this morning? I drew this one out for you, right, 2 days ago? Didn't I draw this one out? There we go. Well, look at that, huh? Let's take a look at costs really quick. Trigger full screen. So on Thursday, I think, not Thursday, Wednesday, I think, right? Wednesday or something like that. You guys said down, then up, and then down, right? We went straight up. Then we blasted down, sell the news. And now we're trading the daily trigger down here, right? Let me get rid of that pivots really quick so you can see everything. And you're coming in to test the daily trigger that is actually the options market bottom 2 right now. The options market the day before, 1 or 2 days, was 2 days before their earnings. We had this target down here, 732. 732 on Costco. And if you want to know if I think it's going to bounce here, I do. When we looked at Costco, we said that the upside target looked like it was going to be respected, and almost perfectly priced, right? That we'd see the upside target, and then we'd see the bottom side target. And even if we got good news, it would be a down move anyways. My fear here with Costco is that it will see its weekly, if not monthly, trigger. So even if you catch the bounce here for the dealers, right? Dealers are keeping it in here, burn everybody out. Everybody's taking the profit down to the downside. Everybody's taking the profit on the upside. It looks like they ran it up prior to, right? Looks like they ran it straight up into the upside target before we ever got there, doesn't it? They said, fuck it. We don't care what the report's going to be, right? They took the money and ran, come into ER, right? Blast all the way down. Now we're heading to the downside. Dealers look like they're good. So I would say after this expiry, right, that I'm not bullish on Costco, and I'm going to show you why right now. The thing that concerns me with Costco, I'm going to show you why right here. When is January? This is January 1. Right there. This is January 1 right here. So we're like, woohoo, yeah, everything's awesome, right? What do we do here? Consolidate, right? Boom, 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 boom. Find out if there's more demand. We're in the beginning of the year. And what are we going to do? We're going to party, right? And what do we just do just now? Right? We come into the end of Q3. And we're right there. So you're going to be looking for more money to come into the system, right? More money. So if you were a Tesla bull, you're going to be looking for something like that to happen again, right? If you're a Tesla bull, or not Tesla, Costco bull, you're going to be looking for that consolidation range, right? And see what happens here. Initial sell down. And see this is support right here. You see that little bit of support? So look at this down here. This is the next known support, right? So you got that one right there. Right there, right? Boom, buyers. Boom, buyers. But that's the big one right there. So price target downside minimum 708.77. Right? Known buyers right here. Last known buyers. Where's the next last known buyers? Right down here. And where did the run start? From January. Way down here. Excuse me. My target is going to be 677. 677.20. Right there. You could have an extension of the downside all the way down to 642, erase the entire run. This is the target though, right there. Your high target if the dip gets bought, if we begin to turn around, let's say we have like a really bloody moment, right? We bounce, and then boom, capitulation, and off and run into the upside again. So right about there. And this is if the market doesn't turn bearish or we don't have a crash or anything like that kind of stuff. We just have a nice normal pullback, that kind of stuff. So first target 708.77. Likely like brief capitulation moment, right? You're like, everything is fine. We're going up again, Cap, and then whoop, straight down, and they buy that shit. Right down there. Low target 677.20 and kind of extension 64.96. And no, I am not bullish on Costco restarting again to the upside from right here. Not bullish on that. And that's just looking at it on a quarterly basis. I'm figuring here, if you're a Costco bull and you had the run on Costco in the beginning of the year, you're gonna be like, yeah, I'm gonna wait and see if I can get a sweet deal, sweet buy. Now I will say this, okay? I will say this. If it does bounce and it doesn't start doing this stuff, that kind of nonsense where it goes down. Let me get rid of that. If it does start to consolidate, at any point there's some kind of a breakout, then you can say, yeah, you know what, Cap, you're wrong. Fuck you. We're going higher. And you could take that trade right there and say, I'm a bull again, Cap. You could trade this if you wanted to as a bull and a bear. But truthfully, I don't think you're going to see the buyers here. Once this starts, I think that the buyers are going to say, you know what, I'll just wait and see if we can catch a better low. So you can catch a nice new run on cost. So yeah, I think the run is over on cost for the moment. Personally, I do. I think it's over for the moment, and that you're going to be looking for a nice, juicy dip buy. First target, downside target for that dip buy, 708.77. So we'll start there. We'll start at 708.77 on that ticker. This is a great run, by the way. If you're Costco bull, congratulations. You did excellent. You did great. I mean, there's no I want to say something to you. If you're a Costco bull, right? You did fucking awesome. You had a great Q1. You actually ran it up into its ER. You actually got paid. You got paid and you were able to exit before you even had the ER. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's not much or hindsight trading. That's what Jedi calls it. Hindsight trading. You had a great fucking run. You ran it right up in $800. What more could you ask for? You know what that is? A pullback, so that you can buy that dip. So I'd say congratulations to you. Bears didn't win nothing on that. Didn't win anything. You got your trade. You got your quarterly trade on Costco. You ran it up right before even ER. They ran it right up into it. Now, if you're a Costco bull, you're looking for a dip to buy. So congrats. Have a look-see over here and see what's going on with let me move these pivots over a little bit. I'll make that 50. I'm going to slide those over a little bit. Give us some breathing room in here. Upside target, still good to go on the upside on SPY. No reason here to even get bearish. Zero reason to get bearish. Just a normal 5-minute check back here. They're holding the 5-minute trigger right now. Things will get volatile as we make our way up there, so you will see 5-minute pullbacks until you see a 1 and 5-minute cross and the confirmation rejection of weakness from bulls. You are not a seller of SPY this morning. You need to see. Well, number one, you're gonna get bears out there that are like, I'm on puts. They're gonna tell you that all morning. I'm on puts. I'm on puts. I'm on puts. You be the smart trader, and you wait until you get that cross right there, right? You already know what it is, right? We zigzag in here. They blood you. We come back up, and then you get the failure to the downside. Tactical, baby. You're a tactical trader. We aren't pros, so you don't get to wear tactical gear, but you do get to wear tactical gear. If you're a tactical trader, you're going to, that's a new word for us. If you're a tactical trader. For the tools that you have, your plate carriers, it's okay. Your NVGs are all right. They're not the best NVGs. They're pretty good. That's what you have in front of you. Remember what I said. You're going to have violence and volatility as we do this right now. You can see it right now on Bookmap, right? Violence. Violence. I saw someone else on, you know what someone else on Twitter said the other day? They said, I fucking hate trading all-time highs. They were like, I fucking hate it. And I told them, I said, I like buying the dips on these things, man. I hate trading all-time highs too. This is what happens, right? You get violence in that move. And I'm always like, dude, just give me a bounce off the daily trigger. Give me a bounce off the hourly trigger. Any of those things. Bounce it so that I can take it to the first known resistance, safety. Does that make sense? See, I'm with you. If you're like one of those people that's like, I can't stand this. You can see some of you guys talking about it. Like, I understand that. Look at all this doom right here. Look at all this hot sauce doom as we trade higher. And this is my first target, by the way. This 517, 518. If we do go to 520, it's going to be violent. Now let's take a look really quick and see what's happening here. See down below right here? Watch this. Watch what's happening right here. Look at all this down here. Look at all this mess down here. See all that mess down there? We haven't lost support yet, though. It's going to be violence. Yeah. So, if you're in calls right now, I would just fucking hold them. Oh, not financial advice. When we go into volatility, right? You usually just, if you're fucked up in your position, you just wait a minute. Because you're gonna be like, in the money, out of the money, in the money, out of the money, in the money, out of the money. And you're gonna be like, fuck, I should have just held. If we're in no volatility and you're like in the wrong side of that trade, you're likely just gonna get blooded right to the top or blooded right down to the bottom. But if you start getting that volatility and you're like getting all cut up and you're like, I got stops, I got these stops and those stops, you're likely a lot of times you're gonna come back and go, fuck, that position came back in the money again. But at any rate, I should say. Let's see it right there. There's savages in here. Look at him. Old CaptainJimJames hanging out with you guys every day. How long have we been hanging out here, by the way? 3 years, I think, right? It's been about 3 years. Been a long time. I've been more friends with a lot of you than I am with a lot of people in my life. I spend more time with you guys than I do with my own family. I'll tell you this. My real friends and family know what I do in real life. I don't tell anybody that I just meet. And they wouldn't understand either. If they're like, what do you do? And I'm like, well, I hang out with a bunch of people all day long. 8 hours a day. I got friends all over the world. How do you even tell people that? I'm your friend too, guys. I'm your friend. You guys are my friends. I just don't know how to explain it to people. Hang with a bunch of weirdo trader investors all day long. Those are my buddies. I don't know how to explain it to people. I've done it before. I have explained it to people I meet. Like my family and friends that I've known forever, they're fine. They all know about it. But whenever I try to explain it to a new friend, they're like, "You do what?" And then I feel like they look at me weird and differently. I don't know why that is. I don't know what that phenomenon is. There's a phenomenon behind it. I don't know what that phenomenon is. Maybe somebody could explain it, but my family, my long-term friends, uh maybe it's because they were used to me starting to do this. Maybe that's it. They're like, look at him, he's gonna go over there and try to talk to the ether. No one's gonna listen. No one's gonna watch. He's gonna be talking to nobody. You know, dude. So last night, right? So last night I was trying to go to sleep, and last night I was trying to go to sleep, right? And I was watching some Twitch videos, and there's a guy on Twitch, and he was showing videos of Twitch streamers that have nobody watching them. Really cool people too. And so I was like, man, we got to do that here one day. Because we had done a raid, a good raid. I think they call them raids. We did a raid the other day for Mike from Figuring Out Money. He started streaming on Twitch. Or maybe, I don't know if he already did stream on Twitch or not. But someone in here said that he had started streaming. I think it was G-Dad Gold or somebody said Mike Silva's Twitch streaming. So we went over there and did a raid and went and checked him out and hung out with him. But I think we should do that here on Twitch one of these days. I think we should like find a streamer that's maybe a financial streamer or something, or I don't know, someone that's like, hey, I like the SPY, or I like Tesla, or I don't know, I'm a bear. I'd even do a bear. So if you guys ever out there ever find anybody on Twitch specifically that you know of that doesn't have anybody watching their video. I don't care if it's guy, girl, they, them. I don't care what they are, but you like them. If you guys know anybody out there that you're like, hey, I watch this person on Twitch and I really like what they do, I'd be really super down to like end the stream one day and just be like, let's go over and hang out with these people and let's go hang out with them. Because I was watching these videos last night and I was like, they're really cool. When you have nobody watching you, it's really cool. I was watching some of these people with no viewers, no friends, no long time developed relationships. And I'm listening to what they're saying and I'm like, man, I can relate to that person. I was like, they sound like my life, right? Like they're on it brutally honest and just talking about life or their passions or their whatever it is that they do, right? One guy was like he was like cutting he was trimming trees and turning them into like totems. I think he's Hawaiian. And he had no viewers or something like that. And if there's like a Twitch streamer that you guys know that trades or something like that, let me know who it is. When's Mike coming to the show? I have to talk to him. So we just soft launched the website. And so I've been crazy busy. Crazy. I'm not sleeping. I haven't slept in 3 days. I got 3 hours of sleep last night. And I think I got 2 hours the night before. Then I had to prepare for the Senate hearings. I think I got maybe 3 hours that night. I think I'm on day 3 or 4 of no real sleep. Maybe day 4 at this point. So as soon as things calm down, I will. I'm going to be reaching out to a bunch of people. we'll have Miro on the show. We'll have Assface on the show. Hopefully, if they still agree, we'll have Miro come on. We'll have Jedi come on. Or we're gonna at least ask these guys to come on. Who else? Mike Silva, whole bunch of people. We've got a long list, and we want to talk to these people because I value what they say. ST short seller, right? I want to pick his brain. Matter of fact, that he's a good one. I don't even want to talk market with short seller. I just want to hang out with the guy. I know he was renovating his house. He's been doing that for I think a year or two now. I'd like to just hang out with that guy and be like, "Hey man, how's the house going? Show us some pictures, dude. Like, let's see it." So that guy does so much. That guy does so much for people on FinTwit that it'd be kind of cool to just talk to him. Yeah, weekend catch up sleep. I'm hoping to get that this weekend, but I can't. Like, so on Saturday. So on Saturday, I'm trying to find a way for people to have a voice to our community. Trader Podcast is one of those people. I'm trying to be able to give a vehicle to Trader Podcast, David AMS, guys like Short Seller ST. If they ever want a place to be like, hey, I want to have a voice here, to be able to at least say, hey man, if you want that, it's yours. You guys know how you guys want to know. You're gonna think I'm crazy. You know what I appreciate is who I really like. I really like stockcharts.com. If none of you guys know stockcharts.com, Mike Silva has a close relationship with those guys, I think. I like stockcharts.com. It's like a network of some really great traders, investors, bears, all kinds of different people. And what I find fascinating about stockcharts.com is guys like Larry Williams are a part of stockcharts.com. I don't know if you know who he is, but he is one of my heroes. Now, not mentor, but hero, right? No, I should say mentor too. He's not my mentor. Yeah, I've never been a student. I'm a student of his, but not directly. So, but that guy's a fucking badass, legitimate badass. And I like how they do this stuff over there, but a lot of those guys are getting old. They're not aged out, but they're not. And what's funny is because I've talked to Larry once, and I was like, I love that you're still doing what you're doing. And he was like, I got nothing else better to do, so I'm just gonna keep fucking around and helping retailers out. And I was like, I fucking love you, Larry. And but I'm like, yeah, if we could do something like that with like a short seller ST or a David AMS or like a trader podcast, or I think it'd be fucking cool. So I don't know, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Mike Silva, like, get wrapped up with him, do a collab with him. I think it'd be kind of cool to like have a network of traders and stuff and investors, and that might not be what you might be like. Yeah, you know what? I don't like CaptainJimJames and his how he trades. I like how David trades, or I like how Trader Podcast trades, or I like how Mike Silva trades, or dude. So before I started streaming, right, I had a regime like I'm gonna go watch Maverick of Wall Street, then I'm gonna go watch Mike Silva, then I'm gonna go watch what's his name, Adam from FX Evolution. So I have my routine. I'm gonna go see all these different guys at nighttime, and I'd fucking love to see like just a group of us that you could be like, yeah, I'm gonna go get my bear over here. I'm gonna go get my technical shit from this guy over there, and then I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna talk to this or I trade Globex. I'm a nighttime trader. I'm gonna go trade with David AMS at midnight. I'm not here during the daytime. These guys are all trading at 9 a.m. Well, I guess David still does trade at 9 a.m., but so just whatever you like, whatever you're into, or you want to learn something new, there's those people, those relationships are formed, and you guys have access to them. So I don't know if we can do it. If it fails, it fails, but we'll try it, see what happens. You know, I haven't seen those Canadian guys. I did check them out. I just haven't had the time to, but I heard those guys were awesome, by the way. I heard those guys were awesome. I did catch them once. One or two people recommended them to me. I don't have the time anymore. Like there's two things. So number one, I don't have the time right now. But number two, when I used to watch a lot of these guys, they would not poison me, but it would be like they'd rub off on me. And I'm trying to do my own thing so that I'm not like regurgitating. I want to like do my own research, check out all this other stuff, and be like, okay, here's my opinion of what I think's gonna happen. So I try not to do that anymore. So that's like double sided. I don't have the time on the one side, and then there's that too. Yeah, absolutely, 100%, absolutely. Yeah, his name. Oh, sorry, it's Tom Atkinson. I said, did I say? I called him. I said Alex or something. Tom Atkinson, that's his name. I like Tom a lot. The guy's a great system. Guy's like how he lays everything out for you, does the memes, does the news, does the expected stuff, goes through all the indexes every night, gives you like a full market profile. It's great. Any chance on so Tesla on a on a smaller time frame should go like this. Tesla should go like this, up. Oh wait, you guys can't see that. Should go like this, and then explosive move higher. Yeah, I like all those guys. I think they'll do. I also like Maverick of Wall Street too. Maverick of Wall Street is what I like about Maverick is like, well, all right. So Maverick, I like his production. I'm like, that guy had to have been the TV or movie industry, had to be. And then I'm like, there's no way that he wasn't, right? The second thing I like about him is that he like gets his bear out for you. He's like, fraud, 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 fraud. But then he's like, we're gonna buy these stocks over here. Like he wraps the show with, here's your upside trades for the week or for tonight. He's a little more realistic as a bear. He's like, did y'all shake the bear out with me tonight? And I'm like, I love this guy. Yeah, I like him too. I've never met him, never talked to him, but I would love to talk to him. He's awesome, and he's got a sexy voice too, doesn't he? He reminds me of who's the guy from Antonio Banderas? Oh, he used to work in the casino industry. I didn't know that. I had no idea. He reminds me of Antonio Banderas. I'm like, he could have sex with me with his voice. You guys have never seen him? Tell him this. If you guys watch one of his shows, just say I just want you to know that Captain Jim James is a quiet, like lover of your show and your voice. Nothing sexually implied. That's me too. Yeah, I think he's funny. He's well researched. Do you think if I had a question for him, I'd want to know if they're trying to rug pull you right now. By the way, if I had a question for him, it would be, how do you do your production? Is it one person, or is it one person? Watch out for the rug puller. You see it? They're trying to rug pull you right now. If there was one, if there was one, one or two questions I had for him, it would be, do you do your own production work? Does anybody help you write the script? And how do you decide what the show is going to be every day? Because I'm like, I would find it hard to do that show that he does. Oh, look at these bears down here. They're all getting excited, aren't they? Are they all doom and gloom in this right here? Look at them, they're all doom and gloom. I'm going to probably try to buy some calls here in just a moment. Give me one quick second here. I like this doom right here. Trying to give me some fucking hope down here. You're going to try to give me a dip to buy? Hold on one second. Don't go up yet. Hold on. Yeah, 520s are so 520s are 12 cents right now. I'm going to expect those to get burned. So they're at 12 cents, okay? So let me let those come off a little bit. Now they're 10 cents. I'm not going to try to buy 512 or 520s. Those are even if we go to 520, they likely want those to be worth 0. So I'm not going to buy those. I'm going to look something a little bit more in the money. 518s look pretty good. No, clear all that shit. Hang tight, guys. Dude, I fucking hate this new tasty, dude. I am not down with this new tasty shit. Are you guys liking the new tasty? I mean, I realize it's new. It's gonna take time. I don't know if I like how it reminds me of Weeble. All right, so I'm looking at 518Cs. They're right now 30. Now they're 38 cents. All right, I got a trade set up here. I'm looking at 518Cs. There we go. Also note that SPX has a gap down below at 51.5873 that needs filled. Right. There's a gap right here. Clear the gap. Watch out for the confirmation trade on the cross above. Come on, baby. There's the gap down below. If you want to look at it, it's right down here. You want to see it? It's right down below. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Fuck, they're going to make me wait. No, they're going to make me wait. Just do it fast, dude. Just nice and fast. Come on. I'm wondering if they're going to give me the gap close or not. They might not. See these buyers stepping in down below right now in SPX over here? See that bounce right there? I want this right here. I want that, and then your upside move right there. But it doesn't look doesn't look like they want to give it to me. So you can see it. Right there. Trying to buy 518 C's. You guys might not be able to see this over here. Just so you can see it here from the side, right there. Do you see it? There's the gap right there. Can you guys see that? Yeah, you can. You guys can see that. Come on, baby. Gap's being closed right now. Long 518 C's for 23 cents, 24 cents. I guess maybe the gap was lower. The gap was up here. So this is a different gap down below. I hope I don't get caught in this. So I guess this is the gap right here. That's the gap. But there's one more down below it, so I don't want to get caught in this. So I'm going to keep, if I start to get blasted here. So this is the SPX gap right here. So I'm long right now. This is another gap down below. This is a different one down here. Gap is closed. Trading 26 right now. Nobody's buying this, by the way. It's only me buying it. There's no premium kick right now. Trading 25, 26. Trading 27. If this starts to break any lower here at any point, I'll cut them loose. I don't want to get flushed. I'll be pissed. If they sweep it, like flush it and sweep it, I'll be mad. Trading 27 right now. 28. I have to be careful up in here at 516.32, so we'll see what happens here. Trading 26. I got a stop loss on now just in case I get rolled here. There's a whole nother gap down below here. They like this whole zone down in here. So just be careful if you're long here. They're trying to take my stops right now. Nope, not yet. Oh, they're fucking hunting me for sure. Yeah, I fucking hate these algos. I fucking hate algos. I do. I like despise them. Yeah, they're gonna take me out here in just a second. They're gonna take my stops here in about 2 minutes. Here it comes right now. There, I'm out. That tick right there just took me out. So this tick right here just took my stops right there. I just lost 3 pennies. If this fucking reverses, I'm going to be fucking pissed. That just took my stop right there. That fucker right there just took me out. That candle right there just took me. If we reverse here to the upside, I'm going to be fucking pissed. God damn it. So fucking mad. That fucker right there. See that one right there? That just took me out right there. Gah. That fucking bar right there. Bye-bye. Watch this shit reverse on me. I'll be so pissed if this reverses. So next chance for me to try to get into trade is going to be right down here in this hourly trigger. If we can roll down, I'll buy that next. So this one right here, I'll try to buy. Bam. Stopped out on this candle right here. We'll try it again. I'll be pissed if this swings up on me too. So we start swinging here. You see that white line starting to turn sideways here? If we start doing this shit, it's going to leave me behind. I'll end up losing or like not be able to jump on the trade or anything. See that nice flattening happening right now? See how like we are vertical right here? Whoop, straight down. See that turn happening right now? Oh, nice. Nice, 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 nice. I don't feel so bad anymore. Same trade, 518 Cs. Gap is right here. Actually, 516s look pretty good. I'm going to move up to 516s. Easy. Oh. Hey, are you guys having problems? Any of you guys having problems like executing trades on Tasty? I don't know. It's executing trades. I'm having a problem trying to get on the trade. I should say, like highlighting the strike and then adding right there. I'm having problems. Like I click on the strike and then I'm not able. It won't click. I'm long right now on 516C. Trying it one more time right now. Move that out of the way. Some more down to go here on this hourly trigger. So I got to watch out for that right there. But I am long here, even though it's a little bit high. I only got in like right here. I'm back in some more too. I just added another 10 on this bar. So I just added to my position. I had 10 more calls for that tick right there. So I'm long right now. 516. I'm going to leave these ones on. I'm not going to get rid of them. I'm likely going to leave these on all day long unless we begin to break below the hourly trigger and begin to reject. So if any of this stuff starts happening down here, I'll cut them loose, but I'm leaving these on at this point. Whew. I'm sweating bullets. Watch out for this half-hour trigger above. What I don't want to have happen here is a rejection above on the half hour, and we start to blast down below. So now long 516 C's for today. It's a nice wick right there, too. I like that wick. That's a good wick. Oh. This is last known demand, too, right in here. There's a whole nother fucking gap down below, too. There's a giant gap. Look at it down here. There's a giant gap. There's an air gap down here. You see that? Keep your eyes down below here. This is, you see that gap right here at 61 million? Talking about a bloodbath down at the gamma flip down there. So I'm going to hold these. If we lose this right here, right, get bared up. Let me switch down there and show you guys this. This is the gamma down here. You see this gamma flip down here, 5,100? If the bulls lose this, right, bloodbath down to 5,110. I just bought this right here, 516C. That was the SPY gap down below if you want to see it. Let's show you that one right there. Do you see that big wick right here? Big giant wick right there. Yeah, I'm not doing that good. Let's see if they try to send this down. I don't want to see any rejections down here. I don't want to see any rejections off this half-hour trigger. That'd be good night bulls. I'd probably buy some puts if we reject this. Still no premium kick. I'm up to 57 cents right now, but still no major premium kick here. This looks like bulls have gone home for the day. Trading 58 right now. 56, 55. 54, 53. Yeah, so see, I bought this candle right here. I bought that candle, and then I bought this one like right up above it, like right there. If bulls lose 514.07, put your seatbelts on. I should close my laptop and come back at 4 p.m. I'm drinking out of my wife's cup this morning. I got my wife's coffee cup. I have a hero and I call her mom. Trading 62 right now. 64. I am way above my loss of my L on the other trade on 518. So I'm green right now on the morning, so I'm happy right now. Trading 63 right now, getting a nice little pump. 65. $64. 66. This is the key moment right here. So this moment right here is going to be this is going to be the big boy right here. I can't see, like if this gets rejected, we start breaking this prior low on the hourly trigger, I'm going to fucking be done for the day. Or puts into the close. This is a big moment for the market right here. I'm swinging like 10 cents like it's nobody's business, too. Like there's a nice 10-point spread going on in here. Fucking bears are above going. This fucking bear, like Barrow's up here and he's like, Barrow's up here going, die, SPY, die. Known demand for bulls right here. They're gonna blood the fuck out of this. If the buyers aren't there, they're gonna blood the fuck out of this. Trading 61 right now. Should I fucking put stops on this shit just in case? Earlier in the week, I took a trade. I had I had a stop loss on it, and I didn't get stopped out. I took the stop loss off, and I had a guy here to look at a roof for me. And he came in well, he was like here, and then he came in my office, and I was like, dude, you can't come in here. So I left the stream. I left the stream up and running, and I left the office. I got fucking rolled just like this. I got fucking rolled trying to buy one of these dips, and we fucking rolled right down on it. I lost 70 cents. You know what's really fucked up too? At the end of the day at 4:15, I had another trade on that I was making a ton of money on, and I couldn't decide if I was going to close it or not. So I waited until 4:15. They actually gave me 2 pennies on that fucking trade. They gave me 2 cents. I'm over here trying to save fucking money on a fucking roof, and I got fucked on a call trade. I lost pretty much all the negotiating power that I had in that fucking roof. Trading 59 right now, 60, bounce around 57 right now. Just waiting now. Check the half-hour velocity really quick. Yeah, you see this right here? I'm feeling good here. Not so bad. I'm feeling pretty good here. I'm feeling good. So this is a half-hour candle right now. So I'm long right now. I'm not selling this. So you see this right? I want to show you guys this. So do you see this candle right here? You see these fuckers coming right in here and buying that like it's nobody's business? Fuckers buying that shit like it's nobody's business. Fuckers buying that shit like it's nobody's business. You can see right here they bought that shit too, right? And they're buying this right now. Now, the one problem we have here is that half-hour trigger. So if we can get above it, right, we're going to have an explosive move up here and trade 517. And that is what? We will trade that again, 517.20. So this candle matters right now. We have to get above this half-hour trigger. We don't have a choice. We're going to come back in right now. And I want you to see this. So these buyers, see how they're trying to sell this down right now? See these sellers are coming in. They're trying to run over the buyers. So I can't lose this hourly trigger. Do you guys understand me? So pay attention. We'll keep watching it. But they're here. The buyers are here. I'll tell you that. You can see it right on the half hour. See them? You see the buyers? They're right fucking there. So we'll see if they're still here with me. I'm gonna make some money on this trade. I think I'm gonna get fucking rich on this trade. Print me 100 fucking % here, please. We're gonna take this trade right to here. You ready for it? Right there. Right there. And we're going to take that one right there. The trade is dead below the hourly trigger. Your stops are right there. You got the algos behind you right now. Trust me. Well, currently they're right here. We'll know if they leave. If we get down here, we're going to know that we leave. I'm telling you, I'm long right now. I want to, anyone out there, I can see some of your trades or some of your chats. So I'm telling you right now, these fucking buyers are right here still. Now, I don't know how big these sellers are. I'll say that. I don't know how big these sellers are here. If they're huge and they start to run over the buyers down here, yeah, I'll get out of the trade. But I know the buyers are definitely here. So if they get run over, that's fine. I'll get out of the trade. But I know they're here definitely. So stops below any kind of break of the hourly trigger. Like if they blast this shit down and they start doing this shit right here, run. That means your buyers are gone for the day and the bears have taken over. The sellers are going to have a Friday party and blast this shit down to the depths of hell. You can get all bared up. Then we'll put the bear music on for the bears. Yeah, I'm long here. I think the buyers are here, so I'd get the fuck out of. Well, I could be wrong here too, but Bookmap looks like they want to go slightly lower. Let's go take a look at Bookmap at that demand down there. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at Bookmap really quick and see if that's real or not. How do I get over there and do that? Hold on a second here. Yeah, you see that right there? Like that's the market right there. Now we could go down a little bit more. You can see at 5149. So there's a little bit more down that could go, but that's the fucking ceiling for the bulls or the floor. The bulls lose that floor down there. Like see where that is right there, that big red bar? I'll tell you what, if we go below that, our bulls are fucked. There, whoop, right there. You see it? That's the first bounce right there. That's the second bounce, right? If the bulls lose this, right, run. Yeah, that's that big old staircase down there. I guess there's some more down here we could go. A little bit more down there we could go. They could try to flush this. Hold on. I got to watch my trade here really quick. 5135. They might try to fucking loop this one down like whoop and then go up. I'm staying long here regardless. I'll add to the position. I'm not hold on a second here. Yeah, I'm gonna stay long regardless. Even if they tag this down here, come down and try that bullshit, I'll just add to the position. Put some risk on here. I'll lose some money today with you. I'm not selling this, by the way. No stop. My stops would be down here somewhere. Staying long here. Oh, you guys can't see this. I'm going to change that to add. No stops for me today. I want to see if I can make some money. Still long here. Man, they are fucking trying, dude. They are fucking working this shit. Still long. green again, by the way. Trade is in the green right now. Not selling either. I think we have a chance of one more roll down here, but I'm staying. I'm fucking long here. I'll add down here. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, there you go. Start printing me again. Let's go back to that 30-minute candle and see what's going on. Oh, they're fucking trying. Look at these guys down. These guys are mad, dude. Fucking battle of the fucking buyers and sellers right here. That's right. Turn green. I mean, there's like a giant group of like fucking sellers right here. A fucking giant group of fucking buyers right there. Who do you think wins this fight? Let me know in the chat right now. You think the sellers win this or the buyers? I think the buyers win it. Let me know in the chat right here. You think the buyers? Yeah, give me the Bulls, baby. Bears will win today. I don't think so. Impossible. So in last night's market brief, I was like, if the Bulls fucking make money and disappear, these fucking Bears will come out and fucking eat us alive. That's what they're trying right now, or the algos. We'll find out if the buyers are still here, man. If they're not, dude, right? If these sellers win here, it's fucking straight down. 30 fucking points, depths of hell. Oh, they're hungry. I know they're hungry. They have every right to be too. I got to be honest. If you're a bear out there, right? Talk about getting. I gotta watch this shit. Hold on, these fuckers are still trying again. These fucking sellers. They're fucking mad, dude. They fucking like Monday, Tuesday. That like so then like Tuesday close. Was it Tuesday or what? Yeah, it was Tuesday close, right? Like Tuesday close. I go and look at the fucking I go and look at the put buying and call buying. The dude from Gamma Labs, he's like normally they'll sell their puts. He's like normally they'll be selling the event, right? So here's the deal, like they'll close their puts right into the event. And they don't give a fuck what the event is. Right? And then they fucking bought. That's why we might be coming down here, too. I have to probably look back on Tuesday. Because they might be wanting to hit that fucking target, too. Whatever the Tuesday. What was the Tuesday low? I got to watch that. Hold on a second here. Where the fuck is the Tuesday low? Oh, right here. Right. Hold on. We're going to switch over here. This might be happening right now. Hold on a second here. I'm going to put a stop on. Hold on a second here. Because you know what could be happening here? I'm going to tell you what else happened this week. Okay, so right here, right? See this right here? All this thing down here? Normally, right? Normally. Sellers would have like taken the money and ran, right? They doubled down on Tuesday. They drank the Kool-Aid. So like rather than saying fuck yeah, like right here, fuck yeah, I'm gonna take my money and run, they said, nah, I'm gonna add. And I'm not closing them. And they got fucking rammed into the close. And that was it. Off and running. Off and fucking running. This is Tuesday. This is a dangerous place right here. These fucking dealers, man, they'll take it right back down here again too, you know? Like you'll get the print down here, but it'll be worthless. You know, like we'll come right back down here. You'll be like, yay, they did it. You just didn't get paid for it. So, and you can see this expansion here, right? I mean, look at this expansion here. Look at this range expansion on SPOOs. Like, this is an expected pretty big fucking move, right? 501 down here, 500. We were trading this morning, 518. So look at that down below. There's an expected range expansion coming. I should have mentioned that this morning. I didn't. Hold on here. I got to be careful here because they're going to try it. They're going to try to blast this thing. I might just sit on my hands and not trade this because they look like they're pissed. So on Tuesday, what they did on Tuesday was, so on Tuesday, right? So like clockwork, every week like clockwork, coming to an event. See, they're trying to do it right now. I'm actually green right now. Nope, I'm down right now. I'm down a penny. I might have to sell. Hold on here. So no, you can actually see it, right? They'll just start selling fucking puts, right? Right, like weekend, like Tuesday or Wednesday, and you'll see them sell all these puts, take their money, and then we fucking rip up into the events are all over, and we rip up into fucking the rest of the week, right? It's like clockwork. This fucking week, that second leg down that we got. Remember that second leg? Remember we got that second leg down? They fucking bought puts. They just kept buying and buying. When we were squeezing up the last 15 minutes of that day, they were buying through all that shit too. I'm gonna get stopped out here. I'm gonna take the L on this one again. Down 4 pennies right now. This is it for the Bulls, man. Should I just stay in this trade? Probably not. There's a fucking bloodbath setting up here. I got a sell order in here. I'm getting the fuck out. No fill yet. So what they did on Tuesday, right? It's like Tuesday they just kept buying puts, and they got fucking run over. They drank the fucking Kool-Aid. That second leg down on Tuesday, people were just like, fuck it. I'm going to roll all these puts out. I just got bank. I'm going to go in there and just start buying shit. I made a bunch of money. I don't care if they burn, right? That's where I'm at right now. I'm like, I don't care if they fucking burn. So I'm setting myself up to get rolled over. So this is like the inverse of the Bears on Tuesday is my point. Still no fill for me. Oh, there I go. I'm flat. I am out. They took me out a second time, so look at this. I was stopped out twice now. I am out. Gone, baby. Pretty fucking. I'm not bearish yet. There's this little thing down here. I just got taken twice now. Stopped out twice, 2 times. I'm done for the day. No more no more Fridays for Cappy here. I'm done. I just gave up 10 cents total this morning. No more for me. I've had enough. I don't want to have a bad Friday. Whew. Oh no, I think this dip gets bought. I think it gets bought here, but look at this shit. If they run me up here, I'm gonna be so mad. Oh, dude, look at that. Son of a bitch. Oopsie, sorry. Watch this shit just go to the fucking moon right now. Oh, dude, I'm back up to 50 fucking cents. Fuck! It went from 36 to 56 cents just then. I'm long again right now for 53 cents. I'm long again. God damn, dude. This is my third SPY trade. I've had them like turn green, but then they go red, then they turn green. It's a pretty big fucking fight right here, man. I'm like, try that shit one more time. Try that bullshit one more time. So I can add. I want to try to add right here. I'm going to try to get one more tick, right? If I can get that tick, I'm gonna. See, look at them all bulled up again. I'm about to add some more here. Yeah, give me a little bit more. I'm trying to scrape up some. There's like, or it's hitting like 43 cents and 42 cents. Adding some more. Long again, 516C. I've had one not too bad. One trade though, I lost 10 cents on, or 10 cents total between the two. I think. We'll leave this back up here again, see if we can do this. Still with a target of R1 to the upside. Give me some fucking money, baby. I mean, look at this shit right here. I took this trade right here, right? Pounded, got stopped out here. Boom, stop. Bought, I believe this one, got stopped out. No, I bought this one, I think. Got stopped out down here. And now I'm in a third SPY trade 3 times today. A million little cuts. And I'm looking for this trade right here. Wherever this trade is, I'm looking for it right there. You can see it right there. Come on, bulls. Let's check the half an hour as well again. See what's going on with that. Look at these fucking bears, man. Goddamn bears. These fucking sellers are assholes. I mean, just look at this here. Just like pushing it down, pushing price down. They want it down here. Right here is where they want it. I'm just gonna add today. I don't give a fuck. We'll give some money to the bear gods. Don't do what I'm doing right now. I'm gonna buy this shit too. You keep doing what you're doing, I'm gonna keep buying it. Oh, dude, nice. Disney, baby. I got a buy order in right now. I'm buying this shit too at another 10. What is this right here? Why am I getting this? I'm talking to Joe right now, and I'm telling him that I'm taking risky trades on a Friday. Watch out for this blast down. Bookmap's got more supply down here, so be very careful. It's a little bit lower here. Watch out for the blood down here. You see this? We're about to get rugged down here. We got another 10 set up right here. This will be my last buy here. If we go down there and tag that supply to the downside, I'll be adding one more time, another 10 contracts. Haven't bought any more yet, though. I'm staying in these to the end of the day today. I'll hold these until the close. First two trades got stopped out. This trade right here, still in it. Been adding down here too. Been adding for cheap money, like 32 cents, stuff like that. They're all at 40 cents right now, so I'm feeling pretty good here. Now, don't be careful of like this roll down over here, and then the move up higher. I'm not believing these fucking bears, man. These sellers, I don't buy them. I don't believe anything they're saying right now. Smoke and mirrors, baby. I just want a fat print. Like, just give me like a fucking $1 print. Give me like a 300% print, and I'll be happy for a Friday. Trading 39 right now. Premium's holding up slightly better than it was earlier. I'll do one more buy down here somewhere, wherever that last demand is. If they start staircasing us down, I'm gonna fucking wrap it up. But it's the last trade of the day. 3 times the charm, baby. Bunch of cuts. I'll add 10 more here if I have to. Right down here at the bottom of the screen. Trading 42 right now. And I've been green on the first 2 trades. I was green on both of them. So it's like I'm not making money. It's getting I'm getting torn up in here. Like all this shit in here is getting me torn the fuck up down here. $5.16. Have a target to the upside right now of at least $5.17.20. I still think we might trade 520 today. I think it's possible. How high do we get? Yeah, we took the target out for today. So you guys want to see the target was for today? We took it out this morning. Hold on here. I'll show you guys the market brief from last night. Hang tight here. Let's go to trade the trigger. So we actually hit our target this morning. Here, let's check out the dashboard really quick. So let's take a look at so we're gonna go to the dashboard. And this is the supporter level market update. And you can see the SPY chart right here. We had morning weakness, that it would be bought, and then we would trade this 518. And that's right where we traded. We actually traded, if you look closely here, this is below 518 right here. And this yellow box was the target. So, I mean, if you look at the morning here, we kind of did what we were supposed to do, right? So here, let me go back to the main screen. And you can see the trade right here. So we came down into this morning, we hit our hourly trigger, and we traded straight up there, and we tagged. So I had it at about 517 and change. We went directly up and tagged 518. So this is what I'm hoping for, is some kind of a retrace up here. Then they can try to sell this back down again and blood us down here. But you know, like in here, it's dangerous, right? If they ever reverse this down, we start blasting down. Maybe it's right there. My real fear here, though, is this. This is where it gets sketchy. You have the move down, right? And they start to form like a resistance level right here. So this becomes resistance, right? And you'll have like oh, I'm trying to get up. And the sellers are just right fucking here, right? This is actually where they are right there. And then we just get blooded. But I like the structure. It's all good structure. It's all turning around. Leave it right there. We'll keep moving it over, moving it over. I'm hoping we can retrace all of this. I'll be honest with you. I want to see this fucking thing right here. Bam. And then that to the close. I doubt we get that, though, now that I'm looking at it. That would piss off some people, wouldn't it? Like on a Friday, it's already 12:17. I doubt you can get that on 12:17. Like by 4 p.m., come on. I have to do the Joe Biden come on shit. I should probably draw that better, too. It would be to right there. Yeah, that ain't looking too good, is it? They're going to take this fucker out is what they're going to do. Is that better like that or no? I guess that would come back down, wouldn't it? If you could even get it. It's a lot of work, dude. You see how much work that is? I don't know. I don't know. I'm kind of suspect myself. What time is that, dude? That's 1:45 in the afternoon, right? 2 o'clock? Reversal? 2 p.m.? I don't know, man. This looks better to give it to the sellers, doesn't it? Something like that, isn't it? Where's 2 p.m.? Or that's 1:30. Where's 1:30? That's where they set that shit up. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know if bulls have time here. I might have to wrap this shit up. These fucking sellers want it bad, don't they? Vengeful revenge. They want their Friday revenge. We're losing the hour right now, too. Now, this hourly trigger is going to begin to turn down here. How many candles do we have that are red? 1, 2, that's 1 hour. If the bulls lose this hour here, and you get that third candle, you're going to get a flat hourly trigger, a neutral hourly trigger. This is kind of it for the bulls, man. Come on, bulls. You got like we're not quite bearish yet, but it's getting close. It's getting really close. Hey, figuring out money, what's going on? I'm trying to buy a dip, man. What's going on, Mike? I'm trying to buy a dip, dude. It's like the last dip of the week. And I shouldn't be doing that. There's not enough time left in the day, brother. I'm like, I don't think the bulls have a lot of time between now and 4. We're flattening right now, man. We're on the hourly trigger, brother. Yeah, there's nothing worth trading today, man. There's nothing worth trading today. I told people, so, hey, Mike, so like last night I was like, look, if we go up on that open, the bulls are going to leave. They were like, wrap it up, take a Friday off, half day, and they're done. And you're going to get sellers coming in and just start reeling this thing down. And that's exactly what they did, dude. They just started reeling it down. So, of course, I'm like, hey, Mike. So I didn't get to buy the close yesterday either. I was here with David AMS and Trader Podcast, and they blasted down into the hourly trigger yesterday, brother, at like 4:16, like 1 minute too late to take the trade. So I couldn't take the trade into the close for the open this morning. And then I'm like, we're going to go up to 4:18. So we go up there, and then they start selling it, and I'm like, I'll look for a dip to buy. And I've been cut up twice now. Like twice, I've taken two stops, and now I'm in for the third time. And I'm like, this is the last. I think I should just wrap this up and come back on Monday. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even like I'm not even really concerned with it right now. I'm making good money, but I'm over trading. It's Friday, and I'm like, what am I doing here? Like, I have no business being here on a Friday trying to pick up some zero dates. So I'm probably gonna get stopped out here. Maybe I should leave the stream up and come with you, man. I'll come hang out. We'll have a beer or something after you put the baby down. Go sit outside and enjoy the sun. We were just talking about you a few minutes ago too, brother. We were just chatting about you not too long ago. We're talking about how much we love you. To be honest. Right? Put the baby down. It's Friday. Go outside in the rocking chair, hang out underneath the porch and stuff. Have the dog come out and hang outside with you. Bring the kitty cat outside. Springtime, summertime. Hey, are you? Let me ask you a question now, Mike. Are you? I think I'm going to be more hands off as the end of quarter comes. I don't like a lot of the stuff coming down the pike. I keep looking at a bunch of stuff happening next week, week after. I'm like, man, I don't even know if I want to have any exposure in the market. Are you feeling that or no? I'm feeling that. They're going to try to blood it right now. Be really careful. You see that level down below in Bookmap. We're going to lose it right now. They're coming right down here for it. Buyers leaving the market right now. $5,135. I can't read what you guys are saying here. Hold on. I'm getting old, guys. Market Wizard saying VIX cloud turning green. Seems like more VIX upside possible. So we should get an increase in volatility regardless of price the next couple weeks. So yeah, I expect that too. I expect VIX to go up. I think the low in the VIX is this morning, and then we climb from here into, or the expectation is that we climb into the next like 9 days of going up on the VIX. Yeah, that's where I'm at too. That's where I'm at too, brother. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, figuring out money. So, or some, I was thinking the same thing, Mike. So I've got like things will get more difficult. Like the volatility is going to increase without a doubt. And the easy trade from the beginning of the quarter is over. I think it's over. I think we're going into a high. Even if we go up, it's going to be high volatility. It's going to be like look for the stretch, like look for the big sweeps down below, look for the big gaps to fill, regardless if we go up or not. So I think trading is going to be brutal the next 2-3 weeks. Yeah, I still have exposure. I got exposure to Apple right now long, and I've got a small ticker. I'm not going to say it on stream because it's a low float. I don't want to pump it here or anything like that, but I do have a little bit of exposure. It's not that much money, but then I've got a hedge on the market too for the 28th. So I do have some protection, but other than that, I think they're going to cut up a lot of these the FOMO bulls and stuff, and they're going to get cut to pieces as we get closer and closer to end of month or end of quarter. I think I'm with you, Mike. Hey, Mike, Saturday or Sunday, do you mind if I send you a DM and chat? Maybe we have a chat or something if you had some free time. I probably shouldn't be asking that on stream, should I? How about I just send you a DM and whenever you have time, because I know you're very busy right now. Yeah, I'm long right here, guys. I'm long. Oh, cool, man. Yeah, I'll call you, brother. I'll send you my cell. And Mike, I'll be honest with you, Mike. I would love to sit down and just not on a trading day, like a Saturday or something or Sunday, and either record an interview where I give them to you first, of course, and stuff. But I would love to do just a sit down, relaxed, ask you cool questions and stuff. How did you get into the stock market? Easy stuff. Just more like I was trying to explain it on stream recently, but more like just a conversation, I guess. Something like less or more relaxed than we're trying to find trades and all that kind of stuff, and or giving a market update or stuff like that. If you're ever interested in that, man, I'm gonna shoot you a DM, dude. We'll talk. Yeah, me too, man. I like it too, brother. I do too, man. I was thinking about the same thing for like Jedi Marcus, and I did it with Volatility Wiz too, and it's really nice to find out who people are. I think it puts a face too to who people are in another context. Like, oh, that's a real human being. It's not just it's not just some guy on Twitter or YouTube or whatever. Like, you become a human, and you already do that anyways. I already know that you're very. What I always liked. Well, one of the parts of what I always liked about you would be you'd be like sitting there and your puppy would come up and it's very nice and welcoming and comfortable. So you already have that humanness about you, humanness, all that kind of stuff. I mean, like, I don't mean like human. I mean like humane, maybe. Like you can tell Mike's a nice guy, right? You guys can all tell that Mike's a nice guy. I'd hang out with him in real life. He looks like he'd have a fun time. I was like, you want to go play some soccer? You'd be like, heck yeah, let's go play some soccer. You want to go surfing? Heck yeah, I'll go surfing. You want to go skiing? Heck yeah. Am I wrong on this? I'm going to bet here that Mike is like a cool guy to hang out with. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You got to have those people in your life, right? You don't want to be hanging around people that are miserable. You want to hang around people that are having a good time. You can always point them out too, right? You go somewhere and you're like, oh, I'm with my friend here. He's my long-term friend. I grew up with him. I can't say no to him. And then you like see that group of people and you're like, see those guys over there? They're always happy. Look at them. They don't even care what's going on. They're just having a good time. I want to hang out with those guys. That's what Mike reminds me of. Oh, your boy Zuck? Do you think Zuckerberg? I think Zuck might be a good. I don't know. Like they portray him. I get the whole like joke about him being the Lizard King and all that, and he seems like he'd be alright to hang out with. Tell me if I'm wrong on that. Does anybody know any stories about Zuckerberg? He seems like he'd be alright to hang out. He's out there surfing out in Hawaii and stuff. He's got all this land and stuff out there. Mikes in general are pretty cool. Yeah, I want to hang out with Mike. Making katanas. Yeah, I don't like to hang out with people that have bad times. I always like to have a good time. Come on, turn, baby, turn. No, I did. I did see. I did. No, now I get the katanas. Now I get the katanas. But you know what? He does MMA too, right? Didn't he call Elon out? Wasn't he like any fucking time you want to do this? Let me know. Come on, Bulls. I think he even called out Elon. He did, didn't he? He's like, I actually train if you ever want to mess around. You know, Elon couldn't train. You can tell Elon is like, I'm going to leave this over to the side right there, okay, so you can see it. We'll leave that right there for you bulls out there. I am long. You know what? I just saw a new video or picture of Elon's brother. He looks like he's doing physically well. Elon's not looking as like his health is not as good. He needs to go for a run. And I'm a Tesla fanboy, so yeah, he's a goofy looking guy. He looks good though right now. I don't know if he's taking the weight loss pills that everybody takes or if he's working out, but he looks pretty good. Is that what it is? Bad neck problems? Okay. Yeah, I think I heard he said he had, or was it neck or is it back? You get a bear with Elon? Yeah, I'd get a bear with Elon. I think Zuck, though, might be, I can't tell if he's a cool guy. I know we like to make fun of him and stuff like that, but I think Zuck's probably a cool guy. Oh, a bear with Kimball? Dude, Kimball you can tell would like to party. So, all right, so I've never met Kimball, okay? But I used to go to Burning Man all the time. In like 2006, 2007, 2008, 2009. So the Burning Man, right? During Occupy Wall Street, all those guys were hanging out there. I never got to meet him, but I heard crazy stories. I never met I've seen Zuck before, but I've never interacted with him. But I've never known. I'm never gonna claim to know him or anything like that. But I've seen him at the burn. I've heard that Elon was in the vicinity, but I never met him. I do have family that works for Elon. That is true. wasn't he in Epstein stuff? I don't know. I don't know if he was or wasn't. But like Epstein knew everybody, didn't he? Wasn't Epstein like a people matcher, right? From what I was told about Epstein, which is very similar to Elon. All right, so let me tell you guys some fun stories. You guys want some fun stories? So I'm friends with some people. One guy I'm friends with, he's one of the heirs to Procter and Gamble. And he's old money. He's very wealthy. He doesn't need anything. He doesn't need anything in life. And we're buddies. And I didn't know he was an heir to Procter and Gamble. I'm gonna tell you a fun story here. So this is actually a fun story. So this guy's my friend, and over time, so I moved to Michigan. You guys may or may not know this, but Michigan is home to like another group of Nantucket red wealth. It's like Boston and New York, Connecticut. I shouldn't do the shake, but like Connecticut has that money, and those people. Michigan has a old world like Dow Jones wealth in a place called Bloomfield and Bloomfield Hills. Now these guys have houses everywhere. They have houses everywhere, all over the place, all over the world, like 20, 30 homes. They have homes in New York, Connecticut. They have homes in Vale, Aspen. They have homes in Switzerland, places like that. These people are very wealthy. And I ended up meeting this guy, and this guy drove. I kid you not. So let me say, I don't want to say his name. So I met this guy. How long ago did I meet him? 2017. I met him, and we became friends. He drives a 2000 Bronco. I shit you not, something like a Bronco. He drives that. He drives like an old beater. Now he lives in a mansion. He's got a mansion, right, in Bloomfield. He's got a mansion. His mansion is like an older mansion. So like you'll like around his home, like new money moves in and they like burn down the mansion, build new. It's gaudy. It's like stupid beautiful. Sorry, I'm trying to watch this trade. I don't want to get trapped here. So it's like gaudy, stupid beautiful, and his neighbors are new money. No, this is a cool story. So at that time, I didn't know that my buddy was who he is. I knew he was wealthy, but his mansion was old. His truck was really old, and he has a job. This is where it gets crazy. He's an heir to a fortune, but he's required to work a job. So he has an actual profession. And so I always thought that he was in this profession. Like he actually, I don't know what the fuck I can say or not say. So he sells these like very expensive medical equipment. These are things that cost like $1 million, $2 million, big machine. So I'm like, oh, he's wealthy because he sells medical equipment, must make great commissions, makes bank. And at the time, I had no idea who he was, right? But he drives this old beater, has a nice mansion, lives in Bloomfield. You know, the guy's doing pretty well. So he's like, Jim, I got to go out and take a phone call. And I'm outside. We're outside. He's got this big drive around yard, right? We're outside hanging out and stuff. And it's him and I. He's like, look, I got to take a call. I'll be right back. So he goes inside his home. And I'm outside in his estate's yard or whatever. And one of his neighbors, this neighbor's got like, I don't know, like hand carved stone driveway. He's got like French shrubs everywhere, brand new house. He's literally got like 5 cars outside, Lambos, you name it. He's got everything. This guy's filthy rich. And he's slick looking, like New York slick looking. So he sees me and he's like, hey man, come on over. So I walk down the driveway, right, cross the road, and I walk up into his estate. And he's like, "Hey, man." He's like, he's like, "Are you He's like, "Who are you? Do you live there? Is he part of the family?" He's like, "Who are you?" And I'm like, "Oh, no, it's just my buddy." He's like, "That's your buddy?" I go, "Yeah." And he goes, "What's going on over there?" He's like, why does the house look the way that it does? And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "I don't know." I was like, why should it look any better? And this guy's like, like his place looks beautiful. And my buddy's house doesn't look as good. He goes, why not? And I go, "Yeah, why not?" He goes, "Do you know who that guy is?" And I was like, "Yeah," say his name. And he goes, "That guy is the heir to Procter and Gamble." And I go, "What did you just say to me?" He's like, "That's the heir to Procter and Gamble. Your buddy is the heir to Procter and Gamble." And I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here." He's like, "I'm telling you." He's like, "Why doesn't he keep his house nice? This guy's got more money than the earth." And I was like, "I don't know." I was like, "I just met him. I just moved to Michigan. We've been friends, hanging out." And he's like, "He never told you?" I was like, "No." And he's like laughing at me. This neighbor is like giggling, laughing. So he said, he goes, "Well, I probably shouldn't have told you, and you probably shouldn't bring it up to him." Now, I don't know if he was trying to set me up to piss off my buddy. And so I didn't say anything. I didn't say a word. Now, my buddy came outside and he saw me talking to the neighbor. And he started like trash talking him. He's like, "It's all fucking new money." He's like, "They come and they go." So, like, he said that. And I was like, "Okay, Chris." Oh, shit. I just said his name. Fuck. So, God damn it. So, shit. God damn it. Fuck. So I go, "Don't say that." So, so I go, so I'm like, I don't say a word. And like time passes, and I'm like downstairs. He's got a big walkout. He's got a big walkout thing. And I realize, and we're hanging out down in his like walkout basement. He's got this like big fucking pool out back. He's got big fucking gardens, and this backyard is just banging. So I'm downstairs, and I realize that the laundry room. I like look in the laundry room, and what do I see in the laundry room? He's got like everything, like the first soap boxes, the first soaps, like a whole this whole thing in there. And I'm checking it out, and I'm like, "Chris, what is this, man?" Oh shit, I said it again. Fuck, god damn. This is the last time I'm gonna say it. All right, I'm gonna stop with the names. And he told me, he told me who he was and all that stuff. And what I realized, my point here is what I realized was this guy didn't care. This guy didn't want to be known or liked or anyone to like him for anything like that. He just wanted to be a regular guy, is my point. He had a regular job, or has, or at the time did. And I really like this guy, truly. Even to this day, like, I like him a lot. But what I found fascinating was, my point here is that guys like Elon Musk, right? I'm assuming that a lot of these guys that have a lot of wealth out there, like life changing forever, like Elon Musk likely going to be rich for generation after generation after generation, even if Tesla goes away. My point here, though, is the reason this long ass story all comes back to one thing, which is a lot of these guys or women or whoever, they want to touch grass, and they can't any other way. They have money, they have fame, they have power, they have everything they could ever want. I see it with Elon. Oh, I'm gonna get fucking stopped out here, dude. Here we go to the downside. Here comes the blood. Fuck. So stupid. I should never be in this trade right now. They're trying to blood this down and take out that. They're trying to take out right now. 5135. So my point here is that it's hard for someone. It's not hard to be rich, right? It's easy. But they have no way, like a lot of rich people don't have normal lives. So they just want to be one of the guys, one of the girls, one of the theys, the thems, and I don't know how they find that. So I guess my point that I'm trying to make here is I bet that Elon's brother is like that. I bet Elon's brother is like that. And here's the crazy part. So Epstein, from like Epstein's Island. Now I realize that he was a monster. I get it. I get that he was a monster, and it was disgusting what he did. Gross. And he probably did have people that were involved with what he did too. What's really fucked up though about Epstein was he ends up dragging everybody in, because what he would do, the disgusting thing that he would do, he didn't have a lot of friends. So he would go out and collect people, right, that were smart people or people of fame but no money, and then he would put them together with people of money. And he'd do meet and greets, right? Is that what he did? So he'd like put rich. So he was a matchmaker of like out of touch, wealthy people with, like this guy's he studies black holes. And so he put together a wealthy person with someone that might, like be a scientist or be a maverick of some industry, but not be particularly famous and stuff like that. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make there is that stuff is real. That sometimes people get caught in that dragnet, that Epstein Island shit. So I don't know that everybody was really a part of that Epstein Island stuff. I realize the conspiracy theories around it, but I think that it's gross or he used that knowledge that other wealthy people that don't have normal lives, that he could connect those people. What he liked about other people enjoy his stuff. Think he had gotten past the point where owning things made him happy, but he loved watching how happy it made other people. Yeah, and I don't know what rich people. I guess they would all have their own thing, right? Like some like to look lavish, some want to drive Lamborghinis, some of them want to be normal as possible. Some want to meet a scientist, or some want to fly jets, or whatever it is. Some want to go to space. So I think it matters, or I think it depends on who they are. Am I rich from my trades? I have a wife and 2 daughters. I own 3 homes. I live in Detroit, Michigan. If you ever want to come, matter of fact, Trader Podcast is coming out to visit me. I'm not particularly wealthy, but I don't wear my wealth either. I look normal. I'm gonna act like a normal person. I don't partake, but I did at one time act like that, but when I was younger, but I don't anymore. So I don't do any of that. I'm a very normal person, very grounded and that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, I'm not like, I don't do that Lambo shit. I'm not that guy. Never have been. And the other thing that's happened to me too is I've exited. I could have been wealthy. I owned Bitcoin when it was worthless. I sold a lot of houses in Detroit that I should have held. I usually make that mistake. I sell too early. I could be rich, or I could have been rich, but I can't. I'm not going to claim that I did that. I didn't. Like Bitcoin, I sold it. A halving, I think I sold I sold a halving in 2016 or 17, somewhere in there. I never should have fucking sold it. I moved to Detroit. I was buying houses here for $1,500. I got her after the $500 houses. Those houses unfixed up are now selling for $30,000 to $50,000, $60,000. Some of them $100,000 untouched. If I had saved those and renovated them, I'd probably be worth I'd have fuck you money. I'd have be 100 millionaire or something. Yeah, look at them blooding this shit down here, mother effers. I don't have that money. I don't have the fuck you money. I honestly don't. If I think I have, if I had to guess, I have pretty good, I have decent liquidity, I think. I own all my own homes. I don't have any mortgages. I don't pay for cars. I pay with cash. I have savings for my children. I have college is paid for, that kind of stuff. But I don't know. That kind of money I don't have. I don't think that I think that people think that I think that people that don't have money don't realize how much money you actually need to have fuck you money. And then it needs to continue to come in. It's a weird thing. Like I can spend 100 grand in a month though. Easily. I can spend it's really bizarre. Between your taxes, your cost of owning money, your cost of owning things, it's hard to explain. I was talking to Joe the other day, and I was like, I don't really have a lot of money. I was like, I'm just trusted to manage it. That's it. That's all it is. Yeah, we're blooding right down here right now to the supply zone. I'm getting blasted right now. I'm down at 22 cents right now and some calls. I did add, I added in the 43 cents, 42 cents range. I'm at, now 23 cents right now. So I'm going to try to pick some more up and try to save my ass here. I got another 10 pack that I want to buy because I am getting blooded here. This looks like they're going to sell the fucking news today, guys. It's a really weird thing. Money is a weird thing. It doesn't translate well. Like I have fucking bills that are out of my ass. Like in the house that I own right here, right, that I'm living in, my fucking heating bill costs me $800 fucking dollars a month. That's no joke. I have to pay for my own health insurance, right? Do you have any idea what that costs? It is fucking stupid. What my health care costs are. I have daughters I have one daughter with braces. You know what that costs? Big money. I've got 2 dogs right now, right? So I'm going to try to buy this ad. You see this ad down here for me? You should not be following me in this. They're going to blood this fucker down into Monday. No, I do not want 20. I just bought 10 more contracts. It's a weird thing. Money's a weird thing. Like, it's not everything it's cracked up to be. Like, so I have to like buy supplies, right? I have to buy sheets. I have to buy fucking soap. I gotta buy insurance. I have to have insurance, special insurance on my homes. I have 4 electric bills. I have like electric and gas bills combined. I have a fuck ton of expenses. Like, I don't know. It's hard to explain. So, money's a weird thing. So, in some ways, it can be easier to go get a job and just get a check, right? You get a check. Like people, like if you're a worker, right? If you have a job, it can be a lot better. Like you go to work, right? You go to work on a Monday. Let's say it's 7:30 in the morning, 9:30 in the morning. You go to a job. You leave at 6 or 7 or 5 or whatever. You're done. That's it. You're done. You leave on a Friday. You're done. You're not responsible to pay people or to manage people or to pay insurance or to do taxes or not get taken for a ride from people. Something breaks. Who has to fix it? You do. There's so much there that I don't know if it's always worth it. There's a desire to go work for somebody. That's my last buy for the day. That one right there. If this one doesn't do it for me on that bloodshot down there, you see that ad right there? They're gonna blood this fucker down. We're gonna see 5,100. Worst thing for you about money for me was family. You were a pro athlete and got handed a bunch of money at 21, and finally, a few years later, I learned to say no to family. My take on family is that you'll never see the money again. It's gone. It's gone. And then you can't expect to get it back either. Yeah, I'm long here too. If you give money to family and friends, you'll never see it again. You're either going to lose your friend or your family member. There's like no other way, right? It just creates problems. Always give what you can afford to not see again. That's how I feel about it. And the biggest thing that I don't do is ever discuss money with my family. Consider the loan a gift. The one problem with money too is they keep asking. Right there, look at that. We are floating in the middle of nowhere right now. Target down below 5,100. We're gonna blast down here. You ready for it? Whoop. Target down below 5,100. S1. We are gonna tag this right here, just so you know. You watch that. We're going to tag that bad boy right there. Look at that right there. Look at that trap. Woof. Just take them for a ride. And as soon as they reject this one here, you're going to have a 4-trigger bear cluster to the downside and blast down and hit that one right there. It's going to get messy, boys and girls. If you're a bear, congratulations. God damn, 16 cents. And I just paid 20. So this dip buy cost me 25% of that trade. That means that there are no more bulls here. None. Zero. When they take 25% of those calls, that means there's no premium. There's no bid. No bid on calls here. None. Price target down below right here. Oh, hold on here, guys. Whoop. And there's your target right here. 5,100. And it's going to rain blood here in just a moment. Let me leave that up for you. No market left. No more bulls. All gone. All the bulls are like, have a happy Friday. And we will likely trade that Tuesday low, just so you know, by Monday morning. The Tuesday low for Monday morning is likely going to come into play into Monday. That is, let me take a look back on it. Not straight down, though, by the way. Tuesday low. Price target 504. Even if we bounce on this, even if we bounce here, this one right here, which you likely will, we will trade this down here, just right there, come back up. We'll blast down and clean this one out right here so you can see it. And then we're going to get under there by Tuesday. So my projection here is by Tuesday, Wednesday, 505. If I had to guess, 505 by Tuesday. I'm going to take it all out now. Yeah, 505 by Tuesday at the latest. Now, there's no fight here. Bulls are gone. Buyers are gone, just so you know. They're all gone. There's no buyers here. Zero. The bulls are gone. They're going to wait for much lower. They should be happy right here. They're going to get a free ride. We're going down, definitely. This 512 is nothing. Trust me. They're gone. The buyers are right here, just so you can see. This is where the buyers are. They're gone. Let me go over a 30-minute chart and show you. Hold on a second here. So you guys need to understand this. Come on over here, just so you can see it. This is your demand right here. This is your demand right here. And this is your demand right there. The moment we lost that line up there, right, they're gone. That means that the buyers are down here. That's your next row of buyers. So your first target is going to be 508, 509. So we've lost this. Now it won't be straight down. Not going like that. You're going to go down, up, down, up, down, up. You're going to eventually get down there, and you're going to hit that demand. So this is where I will be as a buyer, down there, right? We'll try that one, try to take it back up. This one will likely fail, though, as well. And the reason I'm saying that is because down here is where you had all these put buyers. And they're going to try to clear those puts out. The dealers will try to clear those puts out at some point. So I'm going to expect us to trade 505 right there, about right around 505. That's my expectation for a target. You're going to bounce down here, though. You're getting a bounce in here, but it should still fail. Should still fail. And that was it right there. No more buyers. Gone. Gone. Which makes sense anyways, if you think about it, right? You figure I would expect that buyers won't be back until Wednesday. They've been trained already. So they've been trained not to be here. So you figure a high of 518, bulls are done. And if I was a bull, I would say, we'll look at the market again on Wednesday. Tuesday or Wednesday, something like that. I am long from here again. I have bought 3 times. This is the last that I buy. What are you saying there? Oh, I missed your comments. I missed some of your comments up there. I saw some of them just slide by. So target number 1, 51108. So right there, that was it. Bulls gone for the weekend. Wrapping it up. Sellers taking over. Downside target by Tuesday, 508, with an extension possibly to 505 into next week. We talked about the window of weakness starting on the 11th. That's Monday. You're going to, if you're a member of any kind, if you're a subscriber or a pro trader, you're going to get an extended calendar and expectations for the next couple weeks into March 28th of what to expect. And we have some heavy stuff coming out. There's like all kinds of weirdness coming out, like lockout periods. We've got some stuff with the banks that are coming out. We've got NVDA, like a sharing, like once a year party for NVDA. We've got OPEX. We've got end of quarter. We've got JPM collar. We have a ton of stuff coming up into end of month. And it's a big calendar, huge calendar. And they want to park the bus as well into the end of quarter. I want you to remember that because it's end of quarter, you have this you've got the monthly trades, right, for these banks. But then you've got the quarterly trades. And so they're going to park the bus for that trade. And I'm going to send this to you over the weekend so that you are aware of that calendar as time moves forward. You're going to expect high volatility heading into that time frame. So let me explain how that looks. If you have the slow grind up, right, just like that, you're not going to expect that. You're going to expect moves just like this as we head into the end of the quarter, right? And you might even get a huge move down and quite possibly a huge move up, okay? And then you'll get a parking of the bus action as we head into the quarterly OPEC. So it's going to get wild in here these next 2 weeks. So if you are a subscriber level, if you are a pro trader level, look for that report over the weekend so that you are prepared for next week. If you read the market brief from last night, I told you that I would be sitting on my hands over this weekend and trying to close any of my winning positions and not taking any more risk in the market as we head into the end of the quarter, that I'll wrap up my trades. Now, as we head into this end of quarter as well, if you are a bull, I want you to think about the first 2 weeks of Q2. You should be looking for some kind of positioning for Q2 in that first 2 weeks. You will see new flows come into the market, whether those flows are bearish or if those flows are bullish long. You're going to be waiting for those flows to come in to take a position. So you should see high volume those first couple weeks. Also, another note here, CTAs are still crazy long this market, like insanely long this market. So we haven't seen them divest yet this market. And until we do, you may not get a dip to buy. You really want to buy those. Let me show you guys something here. You guys want something cool? I got something cool for you. Hang tight here. Ugh. I got something cool for you. So for you to put size into the market, what am I looking for here? I guess we could look at this. So I want to show you guys a few things, okay? First thing that I want to show you is the volatility that is going to come into the markets on Monday. So I want to show you guys this, right? This is March 11th right here, right? We're going to get heightened volatility. Come back down here. This is the 15th and 18th. And then another expansion of volatility up into the 21st. Come back down and then park the bus. You understand what I'm saying here? So you've got into the 11th. That's Monday, right? We get expanded expanded volatility, right? It's going to be crazy here by like Tuesday, Wednesday, right? So you got the 12th right here. That's Tuesday. A flattening, right? So that's like Wednesday, kind of like a bottom in the market. And then a rip up into the weekend, right? For Friday, maybe Thursday, Friday. But then, the maintaining of that volatility and parking the bus into the 27th and 28th right here. You guys want to take a snapshot of this at home? Now, this doesn't mean the market's going to run like this, but I want you to be aware of the volatility that's coming into the beginning of the week. When I was asking people on Twitter yesterday, the window of weakness is the 11th, right? I was making a joke against someone that used, or people that use that term. window of weakness, I was referring to this right here. That volatility expectation into the 11th and possibly the 12th right here. You see it? So regardless of the gamma window of weakness, I'm looking at this window of weakness right here into next week. That's a pretty big increase into early next week. The next thing that I want to show you guys is, let me show you one more thing here. Is it under context? I think it's context. There we go. So this is S&P 500 CTAs. And this is really fun right here, right? So this is CTA positioning. You see that right there? Now, this does not relate to price, but it shows when you enter the market. Make sense? So if you start to see this bottoming and you want to put real risk on the market, like, hey, I want to go buy a stock and hold it for a little while, you can kind of start to track when the big boys come in to buy, right? Now, this hasn't rolled down yet. We haven't seen a break of CTA money. They're still hanging out here. And we're coming into end of quarter. So they might want to park that money into the 28th. So I wouldn't be all doom and gloom, even though we have volatility coming this next couple weeks. But you could see price action get crazy before it cools off into March. Okay, so just for the end of March, excuse me. So you could see CTAs long into end of the quarter here. My preference, though, would be to have CTAs come down in their investment. I always like to buy this kind of stuff down here. Make sense? So when you're out there and you hear like CTAs are adding, you're like, CTAs are buyers right now. That's this right here. If they say, well, CTAs are net long and they're not selling, it's right here. If they say CTAs are net sellers, right here. Okay? So when you hear that stuff out there, you'll hear me say something to you about CTAs being sellers, buyers, or whatever. That's because we're getting the flat, the vertical up, or the vertical down, or the flat down here. But me personally, I always like to hear something like, hey, CTAs are net buyers right now. I love that stuff right there. And so we are not there right now. They're just long into the end of the quarter and month. How do I go back to the main screen? So not necessarily bearish. Not necessarily, I wouldn't say that I'm bearish into end of quarter. I would say expect volatility for at least today into at least Tuesday morning. Expect some vol, and then I would expect them to park the bus where they want it. Into the end of quarter. What do I think about what? I don't think that VIX has any relation to price anymore. What do I think about VIX into next week? I like it. As a long? Oh, no, let me rephrase that. I'm still of the belief of shorting VIX into the fucking ground. So if you see a high VIX into Monday or Tuesday, I'd be trying to sell that shit into the dumpster. I'm not a fan of buying I'm not a fan of buying the options in the VIX. I'm always trying to look for a peak on VIX to sell. So I'm more of like a sell the VIX kind of a guy. I used to get burned trying to buy the VIX a lot. I'd get smoked. Like selling vol is a big thing right now. There's like there's volatility selling that's going on right now. There's like vol control shit going on. You can see it all the time, right? Like you see it every day, right? Every day at like 10 in the morning, They do it at 10:30. They do it at 11:30 or 12:30. They do it. Then they get the weird shit going on at 1:30 to 2. There's a lot of vol control in the market right now. You know who that is, right? You know who that is, right? That's the fucking Fed. That's Fed vol control. In my view, it is. I think the Fed is stepping in and stopping volatility. So if you see a volatile day, you want to sell it. You'll do better that way. We need to get and stay underneath the gamma flip. You need to change sentiment. You need mass sentiment to be bearish. We don't have any of those reasons right now. We have everybody's all fucking. Everyone's like, I'm gonna buy a dip. Jerome Powell is saving the markets, saving the economy right now. We have no reason right now to not sell vol. Everyone's excited. Everyone's happy. People are happy they can sell their homes. The people in the streets are happy. There's no reason for volatility at the moment. You kind of need you need like someone or something to set that up, and it's not here yet. We need doom, like real doom. Think about sentiments from your fellow traders. None of them are scared. Nobody's scared right now. Everybody's making great money. So I don't know what to say to you on that. Need Detroit in 1988. I'm not from Detroit. I don't. Oh yeah, you need Detroit 1988. I get what you're saying. Yeah. I get what you're saying now. You need you don't. It doesn't have to be that bad. You just need the general. It's easy to change sentiment, but you need that change of sentiment to start buying vol. Buying vol right now has been dangerous. Well, not dangerous. It's be tactful. Longing vol. There's a routine right now. You guys don't see the routine out there? They're selling Monday, Tuesdays, sometimes Wednesday. Or they set it up you come in on a Monday, they blast it up, right? You get a high on Monday in the open, and then they're selling us down into Wednesday. You guys are all seeing that, right? It's fairly common. Ask a bear out there. Every day we come out, right? And we'll roll down. I'll buy some puts. And I'll sit here on stream and go, here's your first chance, bear. I'll buy a second round of puts. I'll say, there's your second chance, bear. And then the third one of the day, I go, that's it. You got your chance. They're going to rip this fucker right into the close because you couldn't get some new lows and turn it on for it. So I can't read shit. I'm still long here, by the way. Still long here. So, all right. So it's been hold on. Let me drink some water. I'm losing my voice already. Okay, so this is what we're going to talk about here. We started as a sorry. This is going to be I turned the ads off today on YouTube, so you're going to get an advertise. So today's broadcast is sponsored by Trade the Trigger. Sorry, Twitch, you got ads today. You're a YouTuber, you're going to get an ad from me. So we started out as a free subscription. We did that for 3 years. And along the way, it has cost a lot of time, money, commitment to do this. It's made me very poor. It has also taken the time and commitment of many, many volunteers. These are people that do a lot of work here for free, absolutely free. They've given their time and their energy. It's cost us a lot of money to develop some of the stuff that we have as well. But we wanted to either shut this thing down that we do. We're going to shut it down or see if it could become self-sustainable. So I did not want to monetize. I felt as though that wasn't our mandate as a community. Our community's mandate was we started with, should always be free. Always. And we have to find a way, though, to keep it growing or maintain it, keep people involved and happy, and still pay the bills. We got to pay the bills. So we brought this to a vote with our audience, our Discord, our audience, and everybody. And what we came up with was we would try a paid model with a free model. So both. The idea here is that if you are or are a person that needs a free model, there'll always be that there for you. So we still have a free model. That's what we do, a free model to this day. Now, we did run into some issues. One issue was our chat at one time was free and open. We attracted a lot of bots, scammers, hit and run people, which was like a high or a low in the market. So we had to turn on a paid feature for that. And that slowed down a lot of the counter stuff that you're trying to hear. A lot of people coming and going, that kind of stuff. You'd get like Russian bots. We'd get like spammers, you name it. So we turned on the paid feature for that. Now, that did away with a lot of that crap. Now, there's still a free way for you to chat here, even though we turned on the free version. And what that is because it's an extra step. Once you put on the extra step, you get rid of a lot of the bad shit. So if you ever want to chat here for free, you can. You can go to Amazon Prime Gaming, and you can subscribe for Captain Jim James, and you can watch me on Twitch and chat there as long as you want. And it's free. Costs you nothing. The other thing that we had a problem with, though, is our Discord. We were having issues. We had thousands of people in there, but we also, because we're in finance, right? We attract a lot of scammers and bots and wolves. We attract a lot of people that are not serious about their trading as well. People that I really like, but we attract that by being a free and open Discord. And there are some really serious things that we are doing, right? This is our money. It's very important for us to not lose it and to grow our money, right? So what we did was, if you're a free member, you'll always enjoy that. And in fact, because we turned on a paid model, your free service should become a better experience. As a matter of fact, these streams are more consistent now, and they're much more consistent. And you also have people with access to our tools, to our market briefs, all that kind of fun stuff. And then you have the community able to have some synergy, right? Where it's like, hey, I got this and I got that. What are you seeing? What am I seeing? What did Cap do last night? He told you we're going to go up there and slap 518. We did it, right? Boom, we slapped 518. Earlier this week, we're like, hey, we're still a buyer of dips here. We're not selling rips. We are buying dips here. And sure enough, that worked out. We made a lot of money doing that, even with the extensions down earlier in the week. So anyways, my point here is this. This free model, there's also a website that we launched. If you ever want to join that, if you ever want to support our community, I would prefer that you stop donating. Stop donating to us. Unless you're not a member. If you want to donate because you'll make some money, sure. But we would prefer that you don't donate anymore. We have a supporter level that's $32 a month if you sign up for the year. And that gets you access to our Discord, some tools, some trigger charts twice a day. You get market updates and briefs. You get live support in the Discord. There are no problems in that Discord anymore in terms of bots, scammers, Robin Hooders, wolves, you name it. It's a very serious place in there where people trade, and we have mentors in there. We have white glove support in there, all that kind of stuff. So if you want that, you can go there and do that. It's tradethetrigger.com. If you want everything, the bad shit, we've got a pro supporter level for you. We do all kinds of updates. I give you guys Elliott waves on 1 hour and daily basis for what, 3 or 4 or 5 tickers every week. XOM right now we're doing Tesla, we're doing Nvidia, we're doing SPY, we're doing QQQs, and you're getting those twice a day. The 1 day chart's not twice a day, but the hourly ones you are. You're getting them before the open, and you're getting them after the open. You're getting gamma stuff. You're getting seasonality stuff. You're getting cycles. You're getting PPOs, PMOs, all that kind of stuff. We also have a stock scanner on the website that picks stocks for you to short, picks stocks for you to long. These aren't like big garbage producing scanners. These are we built these scanners so that they would be accurate, right, and not just fill you with garbage. So if you ever want to check that stuff out, please do. We haven't launched this website publicly. It was just a soft launch, word of mouth. That was it. We haven't sent any emails out to anybody. None of you should have received an email at this point that we've launched the website. So we're very like soft opening right now. So please consider, rather than donating, trying out Trade the Trigger. $32 a month if you sign up for the year. It's pretty cheap. I think it's $380 for the year, so $360 or $380 or something like that. Really, really inexpensive. So that's my spiel for the week. That's the ad for Trade the Trigger. What else do I have to say to you guys? It's Friday. It's 1:27 in the afternoon. We're gonna see right now between 1:30 and 2 the manipulation come into the marketplace. Be careful. If we are heading down right now, they will try to squeeze you out before we can have more continuation to the downside into next Monday and Tuesday. But I am right now pretty bearish. Not confirmed yet, but I'm pretty like bearish for a more pullback into Monday or Tuesday. And this cross of the hourly trigger, if we can keep this up, if you're a seller, if you can maintain price below and catch a new low over here, I'm going to be telling you to be looking for a nice fat run to the downside into Tuesday, Monday or Tuesday, somewhere in there. Oop, move that over so you can see it. Leave that one out. You can see it right down in here. And if you want updates on that stuff, if you ever want those reports, I make them whenever we need them, I make them. I draw out where it's going and all that kind of stuff before it happens. You get that before, the night before, day before, the morning before, that kind of stuff. And I write a bunch of shit for you. I'm like, you got to watch out for that, and don't pay attention to that, and pay attention to this, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you still need this is the last part. Even though I said I'm bearish on a Tuesday, I got to clarify that. Let me be very clear with you here. We are still buyers of dips. Still buyers of dips until there's a confirmation of rejection on the hourly trigger, and then we are only bearish down to the daily trigger. I'm not a net seller until we get below the daily trigger with price and the hourly trigger on a confirmation. If you don't know what that looks like, I'm going to show it to you. We should talk about that because I put it in the briefs all the time. I'm going to show you what I mean by that right now. I need to do a video on this too. I'm going to show you guys what I mean by am I a buyer of dips or a seller of rips? Let me mute this right here. Because I put this in I put it in most of the market briefs, but I want to update it for you, okay? I'm going to show you what a buyer of dips and a seller of rips is right now, okay? Move that over. Move that right there. So yeah, this is price. Okay, so if price is above the hourly trigger, you are a buyer of dips. Make sense? You come back down, you're buying the dip. Bam. Okay? If price breaks below the hourly trigger, so that's the hourly trigger right there, right? Now we broke down today, right? You are still not a seller of rips. You need to see rejection, even with all this emotion right here, right? You still need to see, pay close attention to what I'm saying to you right now. You still need to see a confirmed rejection. We come up to this hourly trigger right there. That's the hourly trigger, right? I would need to see the rejection right here and the break of that last, whatever that last low will be. Okay? From that point, I become a seller of rips. Do you understand? That would mean that no matter what the price action is, as long as we are below, from that point forward, as long as price action remains below the hourly trigger, any rip would get sold. So if we rip there, I'm a seller. I'm not a buyer of this dip. That's not a dip buy. That is wait, don't do anything, and then you sell that rip. Squeezes back up, and you are a seller of the rip again. Does that make sense? Seller of the rip, seller of the rip, seller of the rip. The same thing applies to being a buyer of the dip. So you're buying the dip, comes back down, you buy it. Comes back down, you buy it. Comes back down, you buy it. Make sense? I'm hoping that makes sense to you guys. Now, in this regime right here, right? So you're a buyer of dips, seller of rips. The bulls are still on trend. So if you were to ask me right now, are you bullish or bearish? I would tell you I am bullish. Does that make sense? No? Look at how much doom and gloom we have, right? I would become bearish if we break the daily trigger. That's over here, this yellow line. Okay? As long as price remains above it, we are bullish, regardless of your sentiment. And I can tell you why, too. That's a really ugly red. And I'm going to show you why right now. If you were not a buy the dipper on the daily trigger, you're getting your ass blown out, right? Ass blown out, ass blown out. So right now, right, below the green, we're a seller of dips, right? And then I'm a buyer of dips down here too, right? The moment we cross over the green line, we're off and running again, right? Cross below the green line, no more buying. Get back above it again, we're a buyer. Cross below it, not a buyer anymore. Makes sense? But I'm still bullish because trend is up. I become bearish, not only a seller of rips, but I become bearish if we break below the daily trigger. So that would be price. So let's say we blood all this down right here, right? We blast down here. It's all evil. You see price come back up right here. Whoop. And then you see a little consolidation, right? Like, oh, shit, here we go. Start busting up like this, right? Failure again from buyers. They failed to come back up. Second failure from buyers to come back up, right? What else is going on at that time frame? The hourly trigger is coming down, isn't it? Coming down just like this, right? And you watch that daily trigger starts to come right over. See that? And this is where you get a reversal of trend. This is what a correction looks like. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, well, Cap, I'm bullish here. If you get that failure here and you confirm that failure in that cross and you get the new low right there, like right there, you get that new low. This is the confirmation of a correction, okay? Confirmation of a correction that's going to take place. If you are a bear or a bull and you see that at any point, this whole thing, it should look just like this. The moment that we cross there and catch that new low right here, right? This new low, we are confirmed to be in a correction until it resolves back above the daily trigger. And you will begin to get really fucking bearish. Like we're going down to the depths of hell in downtown. This is a pretty big money trade. This is a huge money trade. I'm talking like rich. It has a high probability as well of paying you big money. I'm going to show you this in the reverse right now, okay? The reverse is when we have the cross right here. And I mean big money. This is like weekly. This is for weeks and weeks, okay? Weeks and weeks and weeks. Weeks and weeks and weeks. So when we see that, it would not surprise me to see us break down and get down there. 460, 470. It never shocks me either if we actually go to the monthly. And you break down, slam down, right? Comes right back up. Then this one comes over, slam down, right? We get underneath the weekly, come back up, bam, slam down. There's your 423. Yeah, so step by step by step by step. So for next week, as of right now, still not bearish. So I'm expecting a pullback into Monday or Tuesday, and I'm going to expect that dip to get bought. And as a matter of fact, we're heading into where? The end of quarter, right? Remember that. End of quarter we're heading into. So if this is the top for the end of quarter, and they want to park this bad boy into the end of the quarter, right? You got the quarter over here. Right there, right? This is the end of the quarter, right? They got a big old fat bus. Jamie Dimon and his boys. You got all kinds of people that follow that trade. And there it is right there, right? And they start to, they're like, yahoo! Or it's down, doesn't matter. If we're going down into an end of a quarter, up into an end of a quarter, it doesn't really matter. What does matter, though, is they try to bring price to where they want it, and then it becomes this, like, whiplash, and then it just slows right down. Right where they want it. You get what I'm saying? You even have this down here, right? Parking the bus, couple weeks left. You're going, why isn't it going down or why isn't it going up? They're just parking this fucking bus. And then here they make new decisions for what they're going to do for Q2. Does that make sense? So just be aware of this as we get into the end of quarter. Pretty easy to see, right, when you look at it? So now we're going to look at the JPM collar. We can break through the collar. Collars get popped. Let's just see where we are with the collar right now. So just look at this right here. We're above the collar. We popped it. Would it shock you to see? You see that right there? something right in there. Just park the bus into the end of the quarter. Makes sense? Bring it up, bring price up, come back down, settle it down, whatever you have to do to get into that collar. Now, if we get above, we trade back up here on Monday, and they want to ride this up, we will take that trade when it comes. But for right now, you got some expected volatility. Now, I'm going to expect that volatility to try to calm down as we head into the end of quarter. Now, if we break below this too, right, you can always look at this as well. We might break through here for a minute. Make sense? Might close that gap down there. Take all that bad boy out right there. But I'm not a seller of this unless we, what, break down, reject it, and get a new low. So if you want to take that one down right there, I still need to see that happen right there. See it right now? Blasting. Blast, 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 blast. Sorry, I'm losing my voice here. Look at that. Nothing. Took my calls, baby. You took all my calls. Took me right there. Took me right there again, going all the way down. Feeding the fuel for the fire to pay off the puts, baby. Next target to the downside. Right there. And by Tuesday, that whole trade will be erased. Goodbye. Goodbye, SPY. That over there, right there. This is where the buyers left. Right here. That's where they left. They're gone. And they're going to sell this all the way down. So do you guys have any questions? Because it's Friday. Do you guys have any questions for Monday, and I can answer them for you? On the bright side, you still have about 50K worth of my money. Hey, you know what? I had 2 great trades this week. I made a significant amount of money this week. It was a really good week. Tesla update. We did one this morning. I did a full Tesla update this morning for you so that you can go back into the show and look at that one. And I also do Tesla updates twice a week with market briefs. Yeah, I got it this morning for you. We have an indicator. We have the T3 trade trigger indicator with triggers and velocity on the website. And you can check those out there if you like. Will I break out the whiskey today? I can't. So I wasn't supposed to be here this morning. I was like, so I told Joe, I'm like, I'm going to put the stream up and then I got a bunch of shit I got to do. And then I'm like, I'll hang out with them. And then I started blabbing and stuff. It's Friday. Yeah, I saw the plane tire that fell off. I'm going to hang in the morning, Cap. What are you going to have? I can't drink. I can't drink right now. I've got a lot of stuff going on in the background. So you guys see me on stream, but you don't see me working. I'm working like a madman right now. And oh, here's another thing. I've got a fucking huge put spread on right now. A massive one. That's why I can't drink right now. I got too much shit going on. Wife, kids. I'm neglecting my children, my wife right now, and I'm babysitting an adult right now. I'm babysitting someone with a mental health issue in the background that needs to be fixed right away. What's that? Oh, is it Lent? Oh, you said Lent. Oh, is it Lent is the reason I can't drink? Shoot. I know a lot of Irish Catholics that drink through Lent. Lent my ass. You know what I was thinking about this week? I grew up in Boston. You guys might not know that. I grew up in Boston. A wee lad. And when I was a wee lad there in Boston, right? Do you know what I remember about Boston? I remember it was Lent over today. Oh, you've been Lent over today? So I was in the reason I'm thinking about this is because in Boston, right? Oh yeah, it was nasty, dude. They rolled it twice. And they're not done rolling it over either. They're going to blood the fuck out of this and take us back to Tuesday. Yeah, I think the cat's attacking somebody else. So hold on here. So okay, so I got another story for you. So I was thinking about this because of what's going on over in Palestine, right? In Israel and Palestine. And we have a large Palestinian population here in Detroit. And a lot like first generation immigrants, Palestinians. And you know that nobody likes Palestinians, right? Like the Syria doesn't like them, Israel doesn't like them. Nobody fucking likes them. They fucking like lock them all up or whatever. And you know they've been like the butt of jokes for years. You know, like they're the terrorists and all that shit. The old movies from the 1970s and 80s. But we took a lot of Palestinians in here in Detroit, and I had a guy talking to me about. He was really trashing like Dearborn and Hamtramck, Detroit in general. We have a large Christian Middle Eastern population, Chaldeans they're called, which surprises people. And then we have a large Palestinian population here. And this guy was saying some stuff to me, like really, really nasty stuff. And I was like, well, made me think of something and that I haven't thought about in a long time. When I was really young, you could go to St. Patrick's Day in South Boston, and they would have dinners, like a dinner or a lunch, where you would sponsor an ex-prisoner from Ireland that was an IRA soldier, or what an Irish Catholic would call a soldier, but everyone else called a fucking terrorist. And so you would go to these, like right around St. Patrick's Day, and then you'd go to the St. Patrick's Day parade in Boston, in Southie, right on Dot Ave and down Dorchester Ave, and all that parade would go on, right? And they would like spray paint shooters from like the walls and stuff. There was like an outline of a terrorist, an Irish Catholic terrorist, and you would hear the chants from kids and teenagers in Boston. Kids all know the songs and the chants for the IRA in the city of Boston, and it made me think of that. And if you go to South Boston now, it's no longer like that. You see Boston in general, it's been gentrified, and not only gentrified, it's been culture-eyed, where you've had like Irish Catholics that have lived in the U.S. for such a long period of time that their second, third, fourth, fifth generation kids are more like Americans. You know, you just don't see it like you used to see it. Oh, you did? You worked in the USS Constitution? Right on, man. Heck yeah, dude. I used to bump my head in the Constitution. I'm 6'1", so I walk the decks like this. Target down below 509. Oh, we're actually on S1 right now. You might get a pullback. You might actually get a pullback here. But it was fascinating because here in Detroit, I'm like, boy, these Palestinians are like, we're gonna go to school, we're gonna get a job, we're gonna make some money. No one's telling us what to do, and they're like productive members of society here in Detroit. And I'm telling you, they remind me of Irish Catholic immigrants. Because when I was a kid, there was still a whole generation that was alive when I was a kid that was alive from coming over in the turn of the century. So they were like 20 years old. They were like 70 when I was a kid, 80s, 70s, 60s. They'd come over in the turn of the century to the U.S. And so I'm fascinated by that conversation I had with this guy. I was like, these people are from the Middle East, but they remind me of Irish Catholics that came to the United States. I just found it very fascinating. Your folks are from Lowell and Drake. Nice. My dad was in the military, but he traveled a lot, and we spent time in Massachusetts. I just wonder if you're from New York or Boston, if you're older, do you notice that those some of those same parallels? I notice it. Oh yeah, you lived in Hanscom. Nice. Bouncing on S1 right now. 51111. I need my fucking put spreads to go to like 490. I got a shit ton of put spreads. Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. Give me 5 seconds, guys. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back with you guys. Give me a second. Holy shit, am I going to make a ton of money here? What the fuck is going on? Am I going to make a bunch of money? Hold on here. Am I going to fucking get rich? I'm in the middle. I'm trying to fight a fire here in the background. And I wasn't paying attention. Holy fucking shit. Nah, I'm not doing that well. I'm not doing that good. I'm still down like, I'm down about 65% in the position. We'd have to, they're going to pin this, I think. I think they're going to pin it. I'm at like, yeah, they're draining me right now too, dude. They're draining me. I'm still down pretty big. Yeah, they're 10 cents right now. We would have to go to this number right here. And even if we did, by the time we get there, they'll likely torch it to like 0. They're going to trap, because I bought that right there, that they got me trapped. I did DCA here. I mean, I DCA'd at 20 cents. So, I mean, my DCA is pretty good, but I'm going to watch it, though. I mean, if they were to rip this up, this would be fucking crazy. If they run this shit up and we go to if they go to fucking 520, I will fucking rip my pants off and run around the office naked. Hold on 1 second here. Hold on. I gotta get my. Okay, I gotta tell you guys something. Hold on. I gotta go back and do this. Hold on. Where the fuck is this thing? Okay, so listen, I gotta take care of something right now. I'm in the middle of I gotta take care of something right now. No fucking way. Here I am talking about volatility. But if they sell this, man, if they rip this up there, holy shit, where's that? 51.97? Get the fuck on out of here. All right, I'm adding more right now. I just added some more. I hope they don't. Well, it's already 228, so I just added some more. I just added fucking 25 more contracts at 10 cents. Fuck these motherfuckers. I'm making all my money back. Oh, shit. I'm going to try to make my money back here. All right, here's the deal, though. I have to do this. I don't have a choice. So I'll be here. I'm going to put on some music for you. I got to take care of this right now. I don't have a choice. Hold on 1 second here. Oh, I'm going to put on some, what am I going to put on here for you? I'm going to put CNBC on, see if we at least got something going on. I have to do this. I have a choice. It has to do with the technical side of the website. The Discord, I got to make sure it's all working. So give me just 1 quick second. I'll be right back with you guys in just a few minutes. That is crazy.
Energy, which shows how large the largest players have now become. You can see Exxon and Pioneer.
All right, I will be here. I'm here, but I have to be in the background, okay?
Driller there, followed by Chevron, Diamondback, and Endeavor, as well as Oxy and Crown Rock. And now, looking forward, more than 60% of the remaining drilling resources in the Permian.
If we start to rip, yell at me, say something to chat or something, because I gotta get this done. I gotta focus on this.
Takes all within the global upstream sector. So as you can see there, average market cap has about doubled over the last decade for the S&P energy constituents, while the number of companies in the sector has been all but cut in half. And so that's, again, created this extreme concentration, with Exxon and Chevron now making up about 43% of the overall market cap. And also, we have to remember that energy has been very much out of favor, and so it's hard to attract new money into the sector. And if you are a generalist investor with a very small allocation, you're going to focus on the biggest names simply because that's what you know. However, and there's always a however, this also creates opportunity. So Rob Thummel said that investors should look beyond just these upstream players. They should look at things like gas and, focus on EQT, Chesapeake. Dan Pickering said that if and when energy comes back into favor, investors will look further down market cap, names like Permian Resources, Vital Energy. So concentration, everyone flooding into the same names, can also create opportunity.
Did you say in terms of acreage, Exxon and Pioneer have the most acreage out there, and who's next and next and next? Chevron?
Exactly. So they're both the biggest drillers in the Permian once that deal goes through. And then they also have the longest term. Looking forward, they have the most undrilled locations. And that's what's really important, because now that, shale has been around for some time, all the best locations have been drilled. And so the ones that are still the most profitable, where you get the most bang for your buck, are dwindling. And so that's why companies are focused on specific companies within specific basins within the Permian. You really want that prime acreage to show investors, show Wall Street, that you can continue to grow your production looking forward without spending heavily on new exploration.
As we look at the production there, you can see that Exxon and Pioneer are way ahead of the others. The others are kind of bunched, but they're not insignificant, but bunched.
Yep.
Pippa, thanks. All right, shall we go to Bertha Coombs for a CNBC News update? Why not?
Hey, why not? Thanks, Tyler. An American jury has found the former president of Honduras guilty today of conspiring to import cocaine into the U.S. Prosecutors say Juan Orlando Hernandez received millions of dollars from trafficking organizations in exchange for allowing large amounts of the drug to pass through his country on the way to the United States. The United Nations claimed today Iran is to blame for the physical violence that killed a young woman in 2022. Mahsa Amin's death while in custody of the so-called morality police triggered massive protests led by women and girls in the theocratic regime. The UN also said Iran committed crimes against humanity in its response to the protests, including murder and torture. And the Pentagon releasing a report today claiming sightings of UFOs over the past century are not from alien spacecraft. The congressionally mandated 63-page investigation also found that there is no evidence of the government covering up knowledge of extraterrestrial technology. I'm sure on Reddit that they are disputing that, Tyler.
Yes, how much of it do we believe? There'll be plenty of suspicions there. Bertha, thank you very much. All right, coming up, the State of the Union and the markets. Following President Biden's address, investors trying to figure out what it all means, the election that is, for stocks. We'll discuss that and more next.
fiber.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. The major averages turning lower despite a strong jobs report overall. Our next guest just raised her target on the S&P 500 for this year to a range of 5,400 to 5,800. That's up from her original forecast of 5,200 to 5,400. Marianne Bartels is Chief Investment Strategist at Sanctuary Wealth. Marianne, thank you very much for joining us. I guess we'll start there. What gave you the impetus to want to raise your S&P 500 forecast?
Well, earnings came in better than expected. We've been of the belief that earnings were troughing and growing. And what's really amazing is that with the higher interest rate environment that we've been in, and with the inflation environment we've been able to be in, margins have actually been able to slightly expand. In addition to that, we're seeing stocks respond. And I'm seeing moves that I have not seen in decades in terms of price behavior. And not just here in the United States. There's something going on globally. We have Japan breaking out to a record all-time high that we haven't seen in 34 years. We're seeing Europe break out to all-time highs, even though their economy still remained pretty weak. Even Australia broke out to record all-time highs. So there really seems to be a global momentum that is really benefiting markets. And I wouldn't be surprised if markets are factoring in how AI is going to add productivity to businesses, and that's going to trickle down into earnings for companies.
But we still have two sizable events that you sort of didn't mention. We've got the election and, of course, whatever the Fed decides to do for the rest of the year. How does that factor in? The S&P 500 under 5,200 right now, 5,800, a long way to go from there.
So with the election, I understand people are very passionate about their candidate. But at the end of the day, it's about earnings. And when we look at the legislation that President Biden has put into place between the Infrastructure Act, the CHIPS Act, and the Inflation Protection Act, that is adding to businesses' bottom line. I think that's baked in for this year. That's another reason why I have confidence that markets can go higher, and getting to the ability for the Fed to be able to cut rates. We had jobs data today. I think that data had something for the bulls and something for the bears. I think it's really a Goldilocks. I do think that the Fed will do a check mark, that it will give them the ability to eventually cut rates. I think they want a little bit more data. So maybe as we move into more of the summer months, like going into June, we may actually see rate cuts, and that will be also very positive, I think, for the markets.
If I'm reading my notes right, you're basically saying go with the MO, and the MO, as in momentum, has been growth, big cap, and tech. Why do you favor those areas over value and smaller cap?
Tyler, that's a phenomenal question. I believe we're in a secular bull market. Secular bull markets last 15 to 20 years. And you have to look at the leadership and where that leadership is, because that's going to maintain throughout that secular trend. And that's the technology sector. And when you dive down into that, I know we keep talking about the Magnificent Seven, the Mag 4, it used to be FANG. It really is semiconductors. And I'm keeping my eye on the semiconductor space as the major leadership. And I still think we're going to see significant highs. So I do think that there is a pivotal change that's coming from artificial intelligence, or AI, that we're all trying to learn and factor in. So those are my thoughts on that space.
All right. Just pointing out, we have to leave it there. I'm sorry to say, Marianne, but Meta, Advanced Micro, and Taiwan Semi are among your picks in that area. It doesn't get much bigger than those. Marianne Bartels.
As I said, I still like the mega caps. I still think this is going to stay mega caps. When you still have scarcity of earnings, growth outperforms value. And I think as long as the banks struggle in here, especially with concern around regulation, although it looked like Powell dialed that back a little bit, I think that's going to put a cap on financials. And I don't think you can have a strong rally in value without the banks.
All right. Marianne Bartels, thank you very much. Sanctuary Wealth Chief Investment Officer. Still ahead, streaming strikes, snubs. Hollywood's tumultuous year coming to an end, but not without some major recognition. Our Julia Borston will give us her 2024 red carpet report from the Oscars. That's next.
theaters now.
It's that time of the year again. The Oscars are on Sunday night. So what does it all mean for the movie industry and the media giants? Our Julia Borston joins us now with the latest. I definitely need your expertise and rundown. I got to win my Oscar poll. I got to get that in soon, Julia.
That's right, Courtney. Well, I'm here. I'm on the red carpet, but it's covered by white plastic. And this year's Oscars on Sunday come at a pivotal time for the entertainment industry as concerns about AI ripple through Hollywood with big questions about the potential impact of new generative AI tools such as OpenAI's Sora. And while the debut of Warner Brothers' Dune 2 last weekend doubled the domestic opening of the first installment, and it's already surpassed $200 million worldwide in just 6 days, it comes as the box office year to date is still down 13% from last year's numbers. So now investors and industry watchers are looking ahead and wondering if the studios have any franchises that could yield a surprise like last year's Barbenheimer, or whether the box office will continue its decline from pre-pandemic levels. So now the race is on for the traditional studios and the streamers to prove the critical value of their content investments with the awards that are key for attracting top talent. Now, going into the Oscars, Disney Studios have the most nominations, 20, including for its films Poor Things, while Netflix has 16, bolstered by Bradley Cooper's Maestro, which has 7 nominations. Universal has 18 nominations, led by Oppenheimer and The Holdovers, followed by Apple with 13 and Warner Brothers with 9 for Barbie. But Oppenheimer is expected to sweep the show. It has the most nominations of any film with 13 total. It's followed by Poor Things with 11 and Killers of the Flower Moon from Apple TV with 10. Now, with the blockbuster performance of Oppenheimer and also Barbie, ABC is hoping to keep up the ratings rebound. The last 2 years saw a bump in viewership for the Oscars after the show hit an all-time low in 2021. Back over to you.
Yeah, well, what about I mean, I'm amazed that we now consider Netflix and Apple studios. I mean, that tells you all you need to know about the transition in the world. Oppenheimer could have been a little longer for me, you know. It was only 3 hours and a quarter. But is the betting that Oppenheimer's going to sweep the table here pretty close to?
Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation. If you just look at the critical acclaim of the movie, and it really sort of hits all the key boxes when it comes to an Oscar movie. You have these sort of epic performances. It's based on a very famous book, or very successful book, as well as the fact that it's really touching on some key issues for society. It's really expected to get a lot of votes there. And then, of course, there's some concern that Barbie, though nominated for Best Picture, did not see Greta Gerwig nominated for Best Director. A lot of people upset about that, including myself. I thought that was a really phenomenal film. So I think we've had these 2 movies last year that really defined the summer, defined the box office. I think people are going to be tuning in to see how it all turns out.
All right, Julia, we'll be watching. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. All right, still ahead, Gap shares rising nearly 5% today on strong holiday earnings. Our 3-stock lunch trader will tell us if now's the time to mind the gap. We'll be back.
fiber.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. It's time for today's three-stock lunch. Today, we're trading three names that are moving higher in the intraday session, despite the mixed trade coming from the broader indices. Here with our trades, Gina Sanchez. She's Lido Advisors chief market strategist. Also, you know her as a CNBC contributor. So first up is Biogen. The stock jumping after the FDA delayed its decision on Eli Lilly's rival Alzheimer's treatment, but shares are still down over 10% this year. So Gina, what's your trade on Biogen?
So we're still a sell on Biogen. This is a tough one because there was a lot of expectation going into the launch of the Alzheimer's drug, Leqembi, and the challenge there was that they have their sales did not meet expectations, so they underperformed there. They argued that they had patient access issues and other logistical issues. The postpartum depression drug also has not performed as expected, and so they've announced, efforts to cut costs by the end of the year. And while that will save around $400 million and help earnings, it's not the sort of story that investors can get behind.
All right, let's move on next. So that one is a sell. Let's move next to DocuSign. Shares are higher after the company beat fourth quarter estimates on top and bottom lines, provided upbeat guidance for the first quarter. Shares up more than 30% since the start of December. Can DocuSign keep on rolling?
So we're neutral on this one. We could get excited about it. The challenge to DocuSign was that it was it was a pandemic darling. It came out when having to sign things remotely was a challenge. They came out with a very nice, beautiful, slick, simple product. The problem was that Adobe quickly caught on to that train, and Adobe Sign has really proven a significant competitor in, quite frankly, a much more mature ecosystem that Adobe has built out. So DocuSign has actually done better than I would have expected because they have continued. They've kept their base of customers, and they are continuing to focus on operations. What could get me more excited would be to see them continue to improve and expand the product. But they are doing everything that you should see. They're building a solid base, and their margins are now positive. So this is all good stuff for DocuSign, but I think we need to see a little more to get really excited.
Okay, so you like it, but you're giving this one a neutral. DocuSign is higher by 5% intraday. Finally, we have shares of Gap. Gap Inc. shares are popping after the company's holiday earnings beat analyst expectations, and Old Navy returned to growth for the first time in over a year. The stock's still down in 2024 despite today's move, but shares are up more than 80% over the past 6 months. Gina, where do Gap shares go from here? Obviously, they've got a new CEO and sort of reworking the strategy.
Yeah, so we're a buy here, and clearly the new CEO is getting things done. But there's actually a big, broader move across retail, and Gap is a beneficiary of that. And they are benefiting from feeding into the trends. And so they're making the right moves idiosyncratically, but the broader move in retail is very strong, and we think that that's being lifted by two things. Number one, you see positive real wage growth continuing, and so people are making more than inflation in their wage growth, and that is clearly benefiting retail. There was a lot of conservative guidance, in fact, going into Q4, and they smashed that guidance and were able to provide less conservative guidance going forward. So that tells you that those wages are feeding into retail sales, and the inflation trends still continue to fall. Yes, we saw that uptick in PPI, but margins are expanding, and Gap in particular has seen margin expansion. And so those two things are going to benefit Gap, but it's going to benefit the broad industry.
Yeah, the margins were particularly impressive there. They said they're trying to keep their promos under control. And the CEO said to me, and I just have to read this quote because I think this was funny. He said, "We devolved from a pulp culture brand to a clothing retailer. Today, we're getting our vibe back."
All right.
I like that.
All right.
Gina, thanks very much. Gina Sanchez, have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Well, stay right here. Power Lunch is coming up next with a little bit more.
We've only got 3 minutes left in the show. A couple of more stories you need to know about. Let's get right to it. Shares of Amylyx Pharmaceuticals plummeting 80% today after the company said its ALS treatment failed phase 3 trials and the company may withdraw the drug from the market. Co-CEOs Justin Clay and Joshua Cohen said they are surprised and deeply disappointed by the trial results. This was an interesting one. The FDA had initially and controversially approved this drug for use against ALS in a second stage trial, but now the drug has failed a stage 3 trial. The company is now suspending it. Regulators in Europe had similarly withdrawn approval from the drug.
Frustrating for everyone in the ALS community for certain. And a potential scandal brewing in college basketball. U.S. Integrity, which is the gambling watchdog, flagged yesterday's game between UAB and Temple for unusual activity. The game opened with UAB listed as a 1.5-point favorite. That spread ballooned as high as 8 before closing with UAB favored by 7. At this point, no one is alleging any wrongdoing, but a move like that is very unusual. So what happened? Maybe like what happens in the options market, people see a lot of action on one side and decide to follow the sharp money. More nefarious possibilities, though, do include someone knowing non-public information about one of the teams, or in the worst case scenario, point shaving. UAB did cover the inflated spread, winning the game 100-72. CNBC reached out to Temple and the NCAA. Both say they are reviewing it, but can't comment. This opens up a lot of questions as sports betting becomes more prevalent.
The betting on college basketball, all kinds of college football, pro sports is just really growing amazingly. And it does open up suspicion sometimes when you see a spread move like that.
Right? That's a strange move. Well, today is Equal Pay Day, the date that symbolizes how far into the year women must work to earn what men earned in the previous year. Women in the U.S. earned about 20% less than men, 83.6 cents on the dollar on average in 2023. That's according to the Labor Department. That amounts to a difference of $10,000 a year, about $500,000 throughout a career. The gaps are even bigger for many women of color. The gender pay gap is slowly closing, narrowing from 82.1 cents a decade ago. We're making progress, but we're still not there. And of course, today is International Women's Day.
It is slow progress, but obviously an important thing.
It is.
All right, folks, we're going to leave it right there. Thanks for watching Power Lunch today. The market's a little bit tepid, reacting to the jobs report. Thanks for watching Power Lunch.
Happy Friday. Closing bell starts right now.
Well, thank you very much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wapner on this Friday live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. And this make or break hour begins with a chip wreck. The semis are sliding, NVIDIA staging a stunning intraday reversal, and all of it raising new questions about whether one of the best trades in the market simply got too frothy. We're going to ask our experts over this final stretch, including the Wharton School's Jeremy Siegel. He will join us momentarily to weigh in on that and the rally at large. In the meantime, your scorecard with 60 minutes to go. In regulation of this week looks like this. NASDAQ is clearly the pain point today as several of the mega cap names face more selling pressure. The NASDAQ 100's been off by more than 1% for much of the day, even as Apple and Alphabet have been bucking the trend, and that is a rarity, as you know. Take a look at the semi index. It is getting smoked at this hour, off more than, well, just about 3%. That is the SMH. The SOX is down big. Names like beyond NVIDIA are facing some serious selling pressure. Broadcom is down sharply after its earnings. Marvell is one of the worst names in the space today, and that's after its own quarterly earnings report. AMD, KLAC, you get my drift. They're all lower, and it does take us to our talk of the tape. Bubble trouble, and whether the once soaring semis are now in danger of an even bigger pullback. Let's ask star chip analyst Stacy Rasgon of Bernstein. He does join us now. It's good to have you back. It is stunning to watch what's taking place today in this market. Stacy, NVIDIA, a $100 intraday move, almost 10%. What do you make of it?
Look, so I was joking earlier that like maybe some of these just flew a little too close to the sun for a bit. I mean, like semis have still had a monster year. They're up 20% year to date. They're up 70%, something like that, year over year. NVIDIA itself is up 80% year to date still. So like, I don't worry too much. Some of this is probably kicked off. You know, we had Marvell and Broadcom report last night, and actually their AI revenues were quite strong, but the core businesses were not so good for either of them. You know, enterprise spending and the like, carrier spending are not great. And so I think that kind of weighs on it. And then people, I think, were just looking at NVIDIA in particular, getting awfully close to that sort of magical, you know, $4-figure $1,000 kind of number. And maybe there's a little bit of profit taking and it kind of sets everything else down. But like, I'll be honest, like this on a noisy day like this, I don't read too much into it. Like I said, the space has still had a monster year, and I still think some of the markets, especially the AI related markets, still have legs to them. I think those still have room. Now we can talk about some of the other markets.
Well, I do want to do that. I do want to do that in a moment. But when you say something like the core businesses of these companies, you know, for the ones that reported not so good, this market has ignored, in many respects, the core businesses of many of these companies, and they've gotten this AI halo from NVIDIA. Did we overdo it in giving too much of a bump relative to AI when it's not that big a part of business for many of these other chip players?
Yes, possibly. Like in my coverage, there are two names that actually have meaningful AI revenues. That's more than just a story. That's actually contributing meaningfully to their numbers. It's NVIDIA and Broadcom, and not a whole lot of others, right? Again, you can even look at an AMD, and AMD is doing really well, but as a percentage of the revenue, it's not that big, and it has not been enough to offset weakness. You know, the stock's been great, like don't get me wrong, but like AMD's missed numbers like every quarter for the last year. You got names like Marvell last night, where again, like their forward guidance was very weak. You know, AI was not enough to make up the difference. Broadcom was kind of the opposite. I mean, Broadcom took maybe $2.5 billion of incremental headwind like out of their core business versus last quarter, but they had like their AI business was stronger by exactly the same amount. It was actually enough to bridge the gap and offset it, and because of that, like our Broadcom numbers last night went up, not down on the back of all this. So there are some names that I think are actually benefiting very well. But yeah, there are others where it is more of a story or a narrative, and we have yet to see it really influencing the numbers to a great degree.
You make the point very well here for something like an AMD. A miss, and the stock and up and up and up and up. I mean, it's up 113% since November 1st.
Yeah.
What kind of re-rating is needed in some of these names if you suggest that, you know, the fundamentals that these companies have been so rewarded on are good, obviously, but come on. I mean, we've been giving insane gains to these names.
Yeah, it's funny, the ones that are succeeding, the valuations are not crazy. I mean, again, I've made this point a number of times, like with you, but like NVIDIA, if they can actually deliver what people are thinking they can, like the stock is not expensive, right? It's actually much cheaper than it was before this all started. Even Broadcom, who reported last night, I mean, Broadcom is more expensive versus its own history, but it's trading right now in maybe the mid 20s. I mean, the entire SOX index is in the low 30s, right? You got some of these other names, though, where, like I said, the AI piece or whatever they have has not been enough to offset. And I throw a lot of the analogs into those names. They've just been cutting numbers like crazy. The stocks just really haven't gone down, and like the multiples are very, very high for like a lot of the folks in the space right now. And at some point, you know, we do need fundamentals to start to pick up. This is what's been going on, by the way. Like people have been buying the cuts broadly in the space, which is a normal thing to do in semis. You tend to want to buy them when there's blood in the streets, but usually the stocks go down before you buy them. And in this case, like the numbers have been cut, and the stocks, maybe they didn't rip in some of these, but they didn't really go down either. And yet people have been buying those cuts anyways. And so it'll be very interesting to see what happens. Hopefully, as we get, you know, maybe into the second half or into next year, numbers do start to pick up. Do the stocks actually go up as the estimates start to go up? Or do the multiples just start to come down? Like, I don't know yet, but the typical practice would be that the multiples come down. I mean, that's the normal kind of cyclical investment behavior.
I feel like this is a bit of a loaded question. Have you ever seen anything like an NVIDIA go up by this magnitude almost every day? I preface that and I say it's loaded because you'll say, well, I mean, Qualcomm in 99 and some of these other names had these unbelievable moves, but this one seems unique and it seems different. And when you begin a week where a stock is like 850 and it ends the week at 950, or maybe in a couple days it hits that level, then today obviously you hit a breaking point of some respects.
Yeah, I'm not sure, and I wasn't. I've been doing this a long time, but I wasn't doing it in '99. But you know, look, I think for an at-scale company like NVIDIA, like you haven't seen too much of these kinds of, like, at least not consistently. Right, you can have moments. I mean, Meta had this a while back where we're, you know, on their earnings it spiked, but you have this kind of like consistent like upward pressure, upward bias on it. To have these stocks move this much, where these stocks were already have like $1 trillion market cap, like I'm not sure that I've seen anything like that for something that's at scale. I mean, smaller, like small cap stocks, sure, they can move like this, but for something that's like as big as NVIDIA's, like this is, again, I've been doing this job 16 years. I'm not sure I've seen anything quite like this one before.
Steve, Stacey, we're going to make that the last word. I appreciate it very much. Thank you so much for helping us break this all down. Quite interesting. Stacey Rasgon. Let's bring in Dan Greenhouse now of Solus Alternative Asset Management, CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli as well. You fellas have seen a lot of markets too. Michael, you just heard what Stacey said. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in 16 years. You?
Yeah, I mean, I actually was doing whatever I'm doing now in '99, so I remember the vertical moves in Qualcomm and also more the dynamics of it, which is once everybody collectively says, you know what, this unbelievable world-changing fundamental story looks like it's grounded in some reality, and we can actually, when they reported the numbers, NVIDIA did last time, and the guidance was fine, it was like, great, we got 3 more months, we don't have to worry about that moment coming when we have to decide that it's all overhyped. Now, I agree that the stock has gotten cheaper because estimates have gone up so much. But there's not really any precedent for $2.2 trillion market cap companies sustaining even mid-30 PEs. I mean, it could happen. This could be the one. Big isn't what it used to be. I mean, in terms of, $2.2 trillion maybe is now more routine, but Microsoft barely got there at that scale. The point is you have to assume a ton of growth. Now, to me, what's more interesting market-wide is the way that the momentum trade has been overplayed. Almost everybody would say it. That aspect, that characteristic has been so gunned to the upside that it was going to create some kind of instability. Amazingly, today, it just triggered a rotation. A little bit of momentum unwind, and guess what? Everyone just bought Apple and Alphabet because they've been the laggards, and that supported the S&P. And so can you hope that that stays the case, that we magically just hand the baton back and forth? I'm not sure.
It comes to the point now where when you look at this NVIDIA halo effect that has shined so brightly on so many of these names, whether it is, look, the Marvells of the world up 62% since November 1st, and ASML 68, and
the entire
Taiwan
space.
Semi up 71. Not just up, but AMD up 113%. You're going to have to now, disseminate which is legit and which got too much of a halo.
And sure, that was always going to be the case. And Mike and I were sort of looking at charts while you were talking to Stacey. The charts, forget the fundamentals, the charts of a whole, I don't want to name them, but we all know what they are. They just are unsustainable.
I just named them.
Yes, and I'm adding the chart to the, thank you. But they look unsustainable. And for those of us that have been in markets for more than 10 minutes, when you see a chart that's unsustainable. And any number of these charts are unsustainable. But the one thing I will add to the 99 comment, first of all, Qualcomm split like 3 times in the year and was up 2,000%. But besides that, the 99 blow-off came after 4 years or 5 years of successful build-out. It wasn't just the promise of the internet by then, although obviously there was much more to come. You started to use the internet. It started to be a thing that was available, and there was this sense, like taxi drivers were talking about it because they had used the internet. And today, I think the whole Dan Ives argument that you're at it's not just Dan, but you're at the beginning stages of this really can't be said enough. If this is going to be what we all think it's going to be, there's years of investment to come down the road. And for stocks that, at least in the case of NVIDIA, everyone agrees is not too expensive. It's not 100 times EPS. It's not 150 times EPS. Presumably, there are more gains down the road to come for everybody.
Sure, but in 99, let's just say there were many companies that were at the beginning or the precipice of the birth of the internet, and companies that were, routers and switches and all of these other things, and some of them were pretenders, and the real ones, in quotes, are around today.
But I would argue, and tell me if you think I'm wrong, we just did that. And what you're talking about is the IPO market in 99, which exploded where everybody was trading on nonsense. And you could make the case that the SPAC market, which we already blew up, was kind of that. It kind of mimicked the IPO market in the late 90s.
I don't think it's going to match up that well. I think the market right now has gone a lot farther in exploiting and pricing in the potential here than certainly 99. When the Netscape IPO came out and nobody knew how to even talk about it.
That's right.
So I do think
that was
also
95
Qualcomm,
for the
by
audience.
the way, Qualcomm, people didn't, the mobile phone penetration was not really high by the time that thing imploded. So I just don't think it's the most helpful conversation because it's never going to match up perfectly well. Also, as I keep saying, unless you think the NASDAQ's going down 70%,
sure,
and earnings are going to be cut in half next year for the S&P 500, then stop talking about 2000 because that's what happened.
It's not a good analog. There are certain pockets, though, it just conjures up thoughts of bubbles.
Absolutely.
And unsustainable.
Overheated markets can be overheated without them being historically vulnerable.
Look, every period of bank upset doesn't have to be the next 2008, but it's the nearest analog in which we look back at some moment of great crisis and we say, wow, hopefully this is not the next that. So that's why it's an easy
But let me just
point of
add real quick.
reference.
ChatGPT came out in the fall of 22. If we equate it, and I know that you're saying don't equate it, but let's do it for fun. If we equate it to the Netscape IPO, which was in August of 95, then we're in August of 96.
I get it, but I think that the market just goes from A to B a lot faster. I mean, FANG was 2013. Jim Cramer named it in 2013. It's 12 years ago. So, like, the idea of these platform companies that are just like, buy them, you can't pay too high a price, has been very well ingrained for a while.
What do we want to make? And you reference, so money coming out, money going in. Money going into the Apples of the world and the Alphabets, the one that have been so beaten down. Apple was, mostly under 170 for the duration of the week. Now it's back above at 172 and change. So it's interesting that we can have some, maybe a little bit of froth or whatever it is come out of some of these mega cap names and then go into these other areas. And that's why the market at large hangs in. Like, it's not like today NVIDIA collapses and then the overall market is having a massive problem.
Today it didn't happen. I mean, again, it would surprise me if this is going to be the perfect choreography on an ongoing basis. But until the macro really breaks down, until you really have to question the important stuff, which is this expansion in good shape? Seems like it is. Jobs are in a comfortable zone right now based on this morning's numbers. Credit, unshakable. So all that stuff is nothing you have to worry about in the moment. So it becomes more about the internal market mechanics. There's massive volume in NVIDIA today. It's going to trade $100 billion worth of stock today. Okay? So maybe that's on a short-term basis pretty decisive to say the market saying kind of we got enough for now.
And let me add, it's not just the semis. When you look at who's down the most today, it's a number of charts. Costco, Constellation Energy, Williams-Sonoma, Wingstop, stocks that are up triple-digit percentages, trading at mid-double-digit multiples that are all off today. Meanwhile, you've still got Visa and MasterCard positive on the day, Google and Apple positive on the day, and stepping back from that, you've got 8 of 11 sectors in the S&P 500 outperforming the index right now. So it's not a market-wide, as you mentioned, destruction.
Well, look, there was a period of time a year ago or however long ago where if you lost the biggest market cap names within the market, you were going to have a big problem. There wasn't enough support underneath to carry the market, or at least to hold it for a period of time. That's different now.
Sure.
Because we've had the broadening, and we've had broadening from big areas and big name stocks, large market cap stocks that have hit new highs and are trading around those levels too. That's helped us hang in if there needs to be an even bigger breather from some of these other names.
Of course. I mean, coming into the year, who had on their bingo card Tesla down 20-something%, Apple and Google down, and the broad market up, call it 8%. I mean, like, literally nobody would have expected that.
No, I wouldn't have expected that, but I do think one thing that I was handicapping, it wasn't that bold, but to say it's not just going to be an either-or market. It's not just going to be either Mag 7 or it's going to be the Russell 2000. There was differentiation going on all over the place. Those stocks you just mentioned, by the way, Dan, are all the ones that have been carried by this momentum factor.
Sure.
So I think we have a chart of SPMO. It's the ETF for the S&P momentum stocks. And this decline today looks like nothing on the chart, on a one-year chart.
There it is.
But, it actually, you see that just amazingly orderly ascent right there, and up 46% 12 months. So all of that stuff gets flowed in there. So, and the reason, Scott, a year ago it would have been different is you didn't have a broad earnings upswing. We're in the third quarter of earnings growth after a trough right now. The Fed
was pedal to the floor.
Is likely rounding into the moment where it's going to probably trim rates, into an all-time high on the S&P 500. It's happened before, but it's, you know, it's kind of like a cherry on top. And the economy itself, of course, is doing fine.
Pasquarello, Goldman Sachs, had an interesting note today, as he always does at the end of every week. For those wondering about the sustainability of this rally, he says, it's been fair to ask what would happen if one or more of the Magnificent Seven stocks really came off the pace. Well, it's clearly happened, yet the market.
Hey, I'm just sorry about that. Give me a second here. Just want to stop in with you before the end of the day today at 4 p.m. And I'm going to expect that we come back down here. I want to show you this. At minimum, into the weekend, into Monday, at minimum, I'm going to be expecting more down to come. That trigger is holding up here on the hourly. So next target to the downside, 510 and 509, possibly even as low into next week as 505. The percentages of tagging this next week are much lower, but at minimum, I would like to see at least this. I would at least like to see right here into the close today, or possibly even into Monday, right down there, a nice tag. Let's do a 510 with a bounce to start. So right there into the end of the day today. If we don't get this right now, if we continue to squeeze higher, we're going to be looking for that 510 on Monday, or if they drive it sideways or anything like that. If they do get us down at 4 p.m., if they get us down here on Monday, my expectations would be to come back up into right around this 512 and be looking for a squeeze higher after the open on Monday to retest the high above at 517. So let me just draw this up for you right now, and this will be more than, depending on what happens, but something like this right here. So there's 4 right in here. This will be the close. Where's the close at? 1600. Where's 1600? Right about there. So let me get this back. This on Monday. Something like that right there, okay? And then we'll be done for the day. And then Monday, I'm expect some kind of a rip on the Monday open. And then they like to sell Monday, the high on Monday, and then we'll come back down and look at the rest of the week next week. If you are a member, I will have a full brief for you over the weekend. Hopefully today, I'm dealing with some technical issues in the background, but I will have that posted for you on the website. I want you all to have a great weekend. I will be in the Discord. I am working all through the weekend, so if you want to hang out at any point, let me know. Hang out in the Discord with me. Say hi if you got no life or anything like that. You're kind of like me, working your butt off. I'll be there available for you. Oh, they're really trying right now, right? Park this thing down here, blood this thing down. Right down there, that 510, right around there. Right in there.
Company got overvalued. But we talked about this last time. Could NVIDIA get there? Yeah, but it would be at a much higher price to get to what Cisco's evaluation was in 2000 compared to what NVIDIA is now.
Does it tell you, though, when you watch a stock like this go up seemingly every day, and it just reaches these heights that make you sit back and say, I just can't believe what this stock is doing? Does it tell you that there's just too much froth in certain parts of the market, but not the whole thing?
It tells me that we're beginning to get the trend followers and the momentum players. And they don't care what the valuation is. They don't care what the stock does. They don't care what the company does. They got their charts. They say, wow, with this trend over there, make the trend your friend. And I'm making it my friend, and I got my stop there. I'm riding it up. Everyone's convinced that they can jump off the train before it goes off the cliff. And I'm not saying that NVIDIA is at all ready to do that, but these are the games that speculators play, and I'm beginning to see more of those sort of players move into the market. But it's extremely early stage, not late stage, because 25 years ago, it had been going on for many years before finally it cracked.
But you're painting a scenario, though, in which exuberance starts to get a little bit irrational and then turns into pure euphoria, and that's when you have to worry. But you don't think we're anywhere near that stage yet?
Yeah, exactly.
What did you make of Powell on the Hill this week, who came off to many, maybe a little more dovish than expected?
Yeah, a little bit dovish. I mean, he said, and we're close. I didn't expect that. I mean, he could have shaded it to, we saw that January report, a little worried. It means we got a lot more work to go. But I think, maybe got some inkling of, a rather softish, good wage number that we're having now, and seeing some slowdown, saying, we are very, very close. I think next Tuesday's number, CPI, and which of course is going to be the last one before the March 20th FOMC, is going to be quite important. I really like to see a reversal of that from the uptick that we had in January, and I think that is definitely possible.
How many rate cuts are we getting this year, Professor?
Well, we talked about that. If we get too many, I'd worry, because that means the economy is crashing. So, you just say, oh, I just want as many as possible. No, you don't want as many as possible. And in fact, as Mike said earlier, it's much more important for the economy to stay strong than for us to have a rate cut in May or maybe June or earlier or later. However, I mean, I think my feeling is that we're going to have rate cuts. However, let me warn you, in how many days is it going to be? March 20th, 12 days. I think we're going to have less rate cuts on the dot plot than we did in December, because I think, honestly, Fed officials are surprised and pleased the strength of the economy. And they say, we don't have to cut that soon, and I can afford to wait a little longer before I can squelch inflation. So that might rattle the market a little bit, but it's only because of the strength of the economy, not because they're stubborn and won't do it beforehand. In fact, Jay Powell says, I'm not waiting until all the inflation is wrung out before I'm going to start cutting, which would obviously be too late at that point.
How far do you think the S&P can stretch? We call it, we're 5130. We can call it now.
Boy.
What seems reasonable to you?
Well, we're 21 times forward earnings. Earnings are holding in very well and might actually come in a little bit higher. That's a full valuation, so I may pay 5-10% over. Hey, can we get 50% over, 60, 70? Absolutely. Just like we can get 50% under at the bottom of the bear market. That is the emotion that has always swung markets over the decades, over the centuries. It's the type of volatility that a long-term holder in stocks has to get used to, to reap the benefits of the long-term returns.
Let me ask you one more question before I let you run. Have you been watching how Apple has been trading in the last, several weeks? Do you have any concern about it? What do you make of it for a stock that we used to say, as Apple goes, perhaps so goes the market? Not so much today.
Well, and one we could ask, the first one maybe to topple. I'm not saying Apple is going to topple from the Mag 7. But Tesla, the competition. Again, look at what Tesla's gotten in China, which Musk has said, this could be a problem besides all the other problems that EV has, and that's quite what Tesla's, I don't know, down 50% from its high. Now Apple is still, this type of reaction from Apple, if you take through history, is certainly nothing unusual, and it still has a great base. But there is some competition. Take a look at the Magnificent Nine that reached their peak in 2000. How many of those are left? A few, but nothing stays at the top forever.
We'll make that the last word. Enjoy the weekend. We'll see you soon. Professor Jeremy Siegel, the Wharton School. Do have a news alert to tell you about on Amazon. Fortune is reporting that the FTC has begun probing Amazon's new fees on U.S. sellers. The sellers are reportedly not happy with those new fees, which require sellers to either pay Amazon or begin shipping goods to at least 4 separate warehouses on their own dime, and another charge that punishes sellers for consistently low inventory. The FTC did not have any comment to CNBC about that story. We've reached out, of course, to Amazon, and we'll update you with their response if, in fact, we do get one. That stock down a little less than 1% on the session. Coming up, we're going bargain hunting for under-the-radar opportunities with Patient Capital Management's Christina Malbon, why she is buying stocks that have been left for dead in this market. We're back on the bell after this quick break.
doing anything else.
We are back to NASDAQ retreating amid the broader chip sell-off today. My next guest says she's finding opportunity in value names that have been left for dead in the current market. Joining me now, Christina Malbon of Patient Capital Management. Christina, welcome back. It's nice to see you.
Thanks so much for having me, Scott.
I'll get to these value plays in a minute, but as I look at the notes, the thing that honestly jumps out the most to me is that you say big tech like Alphabet, Meta, and Amazon are still being underpriced by the market. How so?
Well, we think Google's a great example of this, right? So on the surface, you look at Google and you say it's trading at a market multiple. But if you actually start stripping out the businesses that are losing money or are under monetized, you're really paying a below market multiple for the core of Google. On top of that, we're at the very beginning of an AI trend, and we know that Google has the most publications in AI research. And so they have put out an updated Gemini version that many are touting as good, if not better, than ChatGPT. And we think longer term, the AI trend is going to accrue to the cloud players. And so we think Google is very well positioned. And so that's what I mean when we say that they are underpriced. There's groups within the Magnificent Seven that are not pricing in euphoria yet.
Sure, but part of, I mean, if you want to take Alphabet specifically, I mean, part of their rollout of, some of their AI-related initiatives have been what some have termed an embarrassment. I mean, even those, close to the company have sort of panned what they've done thus far.
Yeah, so I agree with that, right? And we've had a ton of negative PR in relation to that. I think for us, we're long-term investors, and so we hold things, 3, 5, 10 years. And so this sort of negative PR blimp on the radar, we think will be long forgotten over a 5-year period. And we like to capitalize on those opportunities by adding to those positions or building a position when the market is negative on a story.
So if we're talking value names, what kinds of things should we be looking at?
Yeah, so we like to think about value outside of the, typical low price to book parameters. We think nowadays that there's a lot of value in the market for companies that can sustain growth for longer than the market expects, or that are under earning, kind of like we highlighted with Google. And so a name that we're really excited about is Canada Goose. And you all might know Canada Goose as, the luxury down jacket company. But what I think is underappreciated is that they have been on an innovation front. They're expanding beyond heavyweight down. They're moving into lightweight down and clothing. And at the same time, they're expanding to a direct-to-consumer marketing, which is costing a lot of money to build up. So what we've seen is margins are compressed. So if you're just screening for stocks, you're going to say, hey, this company is trading for 20 times earnings. But it's actually at a margin that's over half of what the core is actually earning. So if you actually look at what the core is earning, it's trading at 10 times. And so we think that as they move forward and gain scale on the investments that they've made, and as they go to cut costs, which they've announced a cost-cutting program, that margins are actually going to build a lot faster than consensus has priced in, and we see it as a bargain.
What about Royalty Pharma? Why do you like that name, which is on your list in front of me?
Yeah, so this is once again another name that I think you kind of need to dig into the details to really understand where it's trading. And so this is a company that buys pharmaceutical royalties, and they're the largest purchaser of royalties in the market. And it traded down over the last year as interest rates increase. And the reason for that is they make a low teens return on these royalty deals. And so as interest rates went up, people became concerned about the spread between the return they were making and where they could borrow at. What we got confidence in is that they're extremely disciplined, and they actually manage the underwriting to maximize on the spread between their cost of capital and the return on these deals. What's also a little bit tricky is that their GAAP accounting is completely off. So when they buy a royalty, they make an estimate of what that royalty is worth, and then they account for it in GAAP at the current valuation, but they have to adjust it up or down based on changes in assumptions. So the GAAP number just really isn't reflective of what they're taking home in cash at the end of the day. And if you look at what they're taking home in cash, this is a firm trading at 8 times. that is deploying capital in a market where we've seen capital pull back from biotechs. So we saw last year, there was almost no new capital going to these young companies with innovative products. And that really lends itself to Royalty Pharma being able to buy these quality royalty assets when no one else is available. Furthermore, you see cash-strapped legacy players like Teva do deals with them when they want to monetize assets in their pipeline that they can't prioritize given the debt that they have to focus on repaying.
Christina, thank you. We'll see you soon. Christina
Thank you
Malbon
so
joining
much.
us. Up next, we're tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. Pippa Stevens standing by once again with that. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. One software stock is sinking after guidance disappointed the street. We've got the details coming up next.
Trial.
have an alert for you. I want to call your attention to shares of Macy's popping right now on a report from Axios saying that retailer considering negotiating a sale directly with activist investor Arkhouse without launching a strategic review of the company. We've reached out to Macy's, have not received a comment yet. Certainly we'll keep you updated as we know more, but there's that move in that stock, moving just about 4% higher. We do have less than 15 to go before the closing bell. We're back to Pippa Stevens for a look at the key stocks she's watching. Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Petrobras is under pressure after the Brazilian oil giant's dividend disappointed Wall Street. The company said it will pay out roughly $2.9 billion in ordinary dividends, but won't make an extraordinary payout, which investors had been expecting. And MongoDB also in the red after releasing its quarterly results. The database software company easily topped Q4 estimates, but the firm issued lighter than expected Q1 and full year guidance. Still, the CEO saying the platform is, quote, resonating with AI startups. Scott?
Pippa Stevens, thanks so much. Still ahead, upsetting the Apple chart. Get it? Those shares set to snap their longest losing streak in more than 2 years today. We're going to run through what's been behind this sour stretch and whether today's pop could have some staying power when closing bell comes right back.
All right, you're watching the selling now into the close. I am going to be looking for a rip into Monday here to 517. You will likely see some futures selling into the week or into Sunday night into Monday. I'm going to look for a low here into Monday morning, 510 on SPY. I'll see all of you guys on Monday, baby, 9 a.m.
Business.
Coming up next, Costco shares tumbling after reporting quarterly results, while Apple looks to end a 7-day losing streak. Those stories and much more when we take you inside the market zone next. Time for the Closing Bell Market Zone. CNBC senior markets commentator Mike Santoli here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Plus Steve Kovac on Apple heading for its first positive session, believe it or not, an 8. And Courtney Reagan on the sell-off in Costco shares. Michael, I'll begin with you as we close out another week. Your biggest takeaways are what?
All those things can be wrapped together into is the momentum on trade or is it off? And so today you had a little upset in that it's about a 50-50 up-down day. It's actually pretty orderly, and I think you can take away from that the idea that the jobs number today, the Powell testimony this week, even the other data which showed moderate growth dynamics are giving people a little bit of a psychological cushion that says even if the market needs to kind of have a period of turbulence, if this momentum trade unwinds further, it's not because the macro has fallen apart or financial conditions are getting hostile.
Yeah, Nvidia loses $100 from
it's worth about half of the 0.5% decline in the S&P.
Yeah, what an amazing day it's been for those shares. And finally, Steve Kovac, Apple above 170, above 171. Actually, it's going to end that streak.
Yeah, maybe the nightmare is over, but it's been nightmarish headlines just all week, Scott, for Apple. I mean, we had the report earlier this week that sales of the iPhone are down 24% in China for the first 6 weeks of the year. On top of that, just those lingering questions about AI. Just this morning, Citi cutting its price target from 225 to 220. The list just goes on and on and on, not to mention the regulatory pressure Apple is already feeling in the EU with the Digital Markets Act. They were kind of humbled today and actually had to reinstate the developer account for Epic Games, the Fortnite maker they've been beefing with legally for the last 3.5, 4 years now. So, look, there's just a lot going on right here, but the concerns remain about where Apple fits into the AI narrative and how it can recover in China, if it can recover at all, especially with that renewed competition from Huawei, Scott.
Appreciate that very much, Steve Kovac. Thank you to Courtney Reagan. Nice run for Costco shares until today.
Yeah, Costco shares under pressure after reporting second quarter results. Earnings did exceed expectations. Comparable sales 5.6%. That was also better than consensus, and it was driven by traffic. But revenue and net sales, yeah, they slightly missed analyst estimates. But still, analysts like the margin expansion, the membership numbers, along with that traffic-driven comparable sales number. Plus, there's some big-ticket items that had been under pressure, and those saw sales improvements, things like appliances. And while Costco is a consumer staple, you point out, Scott, it's had a really decent rally ahead of the print, up 20% in 3 months. That's actually including today's downward pressure and well ahead of the other major indexes. Profit taking, of course, could be some of the reason for the lower move on shares today. So I think it's important to keep all that in perspective, too. Back over to you.
We will. Thank you, Courtney Reagan. Thanks. All right, Mike Santoli, I'll turn back to you. You heard the sound effect. We're approaching a minute left. All right, CPI. Yeah. So we're going to learn early next week whether January was a blip or the start of something more worrisome. Yeah. Right now, it feels like it was probably a blip, but you just never know till you get that report.
Yeah, the stuff we got this week implied that January seasonals maybe looked like they were running a little hotter than expected. We also perhaps are at a point where we can start to explain away part of any upside surprise because we know it's going to happen with shelter. And we also know the Fed's orientation is not to look for excuses to sort of take away the rate cut expectations at this point. So, with any luck, it kind of ends up being right in line with the trend, which is, I would say, stubborn disinflation still in train. Probably the market's okay. The bond market's already had a big move. Globally, yields down, at the low.
All right, I'll see all of you on Monday, baby, 9 o'clock in the morning.
Market's way. It's allowed the stock market to get preoccupied with its own little stories and chasing.
Look at that blood right into the bell. Woo! Sell it down.
Well, the end of the day certainly doesn't look like the beginning. What a day it's been.
I think they keep selling here, too. I think it keeps going right down into that 14, right down into that 15-minute mark at 4:15. Hey, you guys, have a great weekend. I'll see all of you on Monday morning, 9 a.m., baby, and I'll catch you inside the Discord.